And we are live.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight is October the 26th, and thank you for joining us for this Planning Commission regular meeting. It is now 6:04 p.m., and this Planning Commission meeting is now in session. I miss my little gavel when we're in person to knock on the table. My name is Dan Hubble. I'm the Planning Commission Chair. Tonight's virtual Planning Commission meeting is being brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. The Zoom video of this meeting is being broadcast live and will also be uploaded to the city's YouTube channel for your enjoyment at the conclusion of our meeting this evening. Deputy CPD Director Allison Van Gorp and other staff members will be participating tonight remotely as well. Public audience members who are listening to the meeting by telephone or using Zoom or joining in person at the Mercer Island Community Event Center, thank you all for joining us this evening. With that, commissioners, if you could please have your microphones turned on, and our administrative coordinator will call the roll. Deb.
Thank you. Chair Dan Hubble.
Present.
Vice Chair Michael Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Kata Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Carolyn Boatsman.
Present.
Commissioner Victor Rashiz.
Here.
Commissioner Michael Curry.
Here.
And Commissioner Adam Rigab.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. As I mentioned, for this meeting, we will continue to utilize the Zoom platform as we have for the last several years. I will, as always, do my best to recognize you in the order in which hands are raised. After being recognized, you can then ask your question. If I, for some reason, miss you in that queue, as always, I ask for your patience and just call out that you are looking to be recognized. The first item on the agenda this evening is appearances. This is the first opportunity for anyone to speak to the commission on any item. However, if you wish to speak to the 2023 Comprehensive Plan Amendment and docket, amendment docket that is on our regular business, I kindly ask that you wait until we bring that item up to do that. And I have to really apologize. Someone is banging on my door loudly, so please give me 30 seconds. Sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. Of course, it's the delivery that needs a signature at this hour. So with that, we are at our appearances. I have one person signed up for that this evening, but before we get to that, Carolyn Boatsman, I see you have a hand raised. Did you have a question?
Yes, I noticed that you've announced that it's the comprehensive plan docket, but we also have probably more code amendment changes proposed than comprehensive plan.
Yes, I did not, as I was distracted because of what was happening at the door and I didn't fully read the script.
Okay.
Let me
Thanks.
restate that just for your, just so that you have this fully for the record. If you wish to speak to the 2023 Comprehensive Plan and Code Amendment docket, please wait until we address that item under regular business. We will be getting to that in a few minutes. So with that, Deb, we have, I believe, one person, Katie Bozanal, and I'm sure I have butchered that last name. But if we are ready, we will ask.
I've just asked her to speak or promoted her to panelist.
So while she is coming on, I will just state here that for those wishing to join us for this portion, when it is your turn to speak, welcome, Katie. You'll be called by name. Please address your remarks to the entirety of the commission and not to individual commission members or staff members. And if you could please speak audibly State your name and city of residence for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you very much, Katie, and welcome. Oh, and you're on mute still. We all need t-shirts that say you're on mute, I think.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Good evening. My name is Katie Cairns Boysenalt, and my tenure on Mercer Island began in 1968 in my childhood, returning in 2004 to raise my own family. However, tonight, I'm speaking tonight in the role of General Manager of the Mercer Island Beach Club. My ask of the Planning Commission tonight is for your vote yes to include MIBC's code amendment request on the docket list for review by the City Council. MIBC's requested code amendment is to clarify the city is allowed to accept and process applications for shoreline conditional use permits from both MIBC, the Shore Club, Covenant Shores, and any similar private marina for the redevelopment of moorage facilities, floating platforms, mooring piles, diving boards, diving platforms, swim areas, and other accessory uses. Without this amendment, the only work these longstanding marinas can do is to repair their existing facilities like for like, and bit by bit over an extended number of years without any environmental improvements to the marina design. To aid in your decision-making process, my purpose tonight is to provide the commission with a bit of background. MIBC was established and incorporated in 1953 with its first permitted water structure dating as far back as 1958. The original marina included 4 docks, an integrated swim dock, and outer day dock that helped protect the shoreline and marina from wave action and provided short-term day tie-ups for club guests. The years 2004 through 2006, city permits were again obtained to build 2 additional docks, bringing the total slip count to 76. The marina today is 64 years old and built on a foundation of creosote treated wood. It now supports 70 boats, down from 76 during the summer season. Over years, buildup of migrating sediment due to water currents prevalent to the southern tip of the island have caused the slips closest to the shoreline of the marina to no longer accommodate modern boat drafts. These 6 slips have been forcibly repurposed for jet ski and smaller watercraft. Modern day boats no longer fit in the slips designed for 7-foot, 8-inch wide, 16 to 18 feet boats when the marina was built in 1958. Today's average boat is with 8 foot 6 inches and overall length of 21 to 24 feet. To help visualize, anyone in the room who drives a full-size SUV knows it's incredibly hard to park in a compact space found in modern day parking garages. It's important to note that over the last 7 to 10 years, the day dock has suffered considerable damage due to age and storm action and is now closed to foot traffic and short-term tie-ups. Today, MIBC is in a position where action must be taken to replace the current marina. Repair is not a reasonable, cost-effective, or environmentally friendly decision. Replacement of the marina using prismatic, ecology-friendly surfaces and removal of corroded creosote-treated wood presents tremendous upside for the city and the community by delivering improvements for the environment, fish, and wildlife. With this information, I ask and am hopeful that you will vote yes to include MIBC's amendment to the docket list for review for the city of Mercer Island this coming November.
Thank you very much, Katie.
Thank you.
Deb, do we have any other people that have been added to comments for the general appearances?
Chair Hubble, it's my understanding that Debbie Hansen wishes to speak under appearances rather than under the docket discussion. And so if you could just give me one moment to switch things around.
Great.
I will make that happen.
I will change her name on my list.
I actually I'm not seeing her in the attendees unless she's under a different name other than Debbie Hansen.
I see something in there of the Hanson 5.
Ah, good catch.
Are you guys able to hear me? It seems like maybe not.
We can
I
hear
can
you
hear
now.
you now,
Okay.
but barely.
I'm here. This is Debbie Hansen.
Hi, Debbie.
Great.
Hello.
Thank you, Debbie. Welcome. You can go ahead and
You can-
begin your 3 minutes for addressing the commission. Oh, and now you're on mute. There you go.
Okay. All good. Good evening. My name is Debbie Hanson, and I'm a lifelong resident here of Mercer Island, a community volunteer, and later a past City of Mercer Island employee, and I currently work for the Mercer Island School District. I'm also a longtime member of the Mercer Island Beach Club and moor my boat there seasonally. I'd like to share some observations and concerns with you now. The club tries to make the marina as safe as possible. However, they are working with a very old structure which is decaying. The orientation of boats is parallel to the shoreline, and with storms getting more intense, increased boating on the lake, and boats that are now producing larger wakes and intense waves, we are seeing lines break on properly tied boats. When this happens, boats slam into the finger piers, which weakens the marina structure further and can damage boats. This summer, my family experienced this firsthand. We had multiple moorage lines snap, our bow hit the dock, and most concerning, the large wooden pier that we tethered to broke off completely above the waterline and was floating in the marina, a potentially dangerous hazard to boaters. My family and I would be grateful if the Planning Commission would support the Mercer Island Beach Club amendment, and we believe time is of the essence. Mercer Island Beach Club is well underway with the state and federal permits needed to update the marina. We had hoped to be under city permit review this year to allow us to update our structure in 2023 or 2024 at the latest. We are hoping you will grant us the right, like anyone else who has a dock on the Mercer Island shoreline, to update our structure. Waiting several more years for code amendment, combined with the time it takes for the city to process permits, will simply lead to far more failures, causing additional damage to an already decaying marina, along with potential boat damage that could have been prevented. Thank you for considering my input as you make your decision in November.
Thank you, Debbie. All right. And Deb, were there any others for general appearances?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, we will go ahead and close the appearances portion of the meeting. We will now move to the first item of regular business, and for that this evening will be to review and consider the approval of the minutes from our meeting of September 28. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Rashish and seconded by Vice Chair Murphy. Are there any comments, questions, or corrections to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, we will take a roll call vote for approval of the minutes. Deb, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hughes?
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman?
Yes.
Commissioner Rashiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Curry?
Aye.
Commissioner Reghead?
Yes.
And Chair Hubble?
Aye.
Did I say Vice Chair Murphy?
No. But I
Is that
vote
an aye
yes.
too? Thank
That's
you.
an aye too.
Thank you very much. The motion passes and the minutes of September the 28th are approved. With that, we'll move to the second item of regular business, which brings us to the 2023 Comprehensive Plan and Code Amendment docket. Before we, so the format of what we're going to do here is Deputy Director Allison Van Gorp will be providing us a brief introduction of the docket process, not necessarily the items, but sort of the overall process of what we're going to be going through this evening, and the docket process, sort of what that means for the next year. We have a number of commissioners that are new and have not been through this, so I want to make sure that everyone is clear on sort of what the process is that we'll go through. Once we cover the process, We will then go to, I have 4 members who have submitted items for the docket, and we'll give each one of those participants 5 minutes to address the commission to make their points for why they've submitted their applications. And then from there, we will have Allison go through each of the items on the docket so that we can take them one by one and get the staff input and then have a discussion and deliberation. Commissioner Boatsman, you have a question.
Yes, I would like to point out that Dan Thompson has 5 items. So I guess you mentioned 4 people, but will he have an opportunity to address 5 items? And will we as commissioners have an opportunity to address each one of those items individually?
The answer to the last question is yes, we are going to go individually through each item. And then to the former of the questions, as you know, so A, yes, he'll be given time for that. You also know that I have a fairly loose interpretation of giving people adequate time to ensure that they've had the opportunity to address what they need to address. So while I don't expect to give Dan 25 minutes, I think Dan knows me well enough to know that I will grant him the time that he needs to make the points that he needs to point out. So
the reason I bring it up is because, last year we talked about all of Dan's things as if they were one proposal because they have to do with amending the development code. So I just think it would be really important this year to look at each one of his proposals and compare each one to the appropriate criteria and make a decision there.
Yep, understood, and that's the plan for this evening.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Ekus?
Yes, I wasn't part of the process last year, but I was going to propose that we actually look at them as a batch, considering the staff recommendation is common to all of the proposals, which is to move them to staff work item number 2. It's an existing body of work. So I don't know if we can have any discussion about the process here, considering the Planning Commission and the Council has heard these items twice, and we're going to hear them a 3rd time when we've heard from the planning, or we've heard from staff that it's extremely unlikely that they have room for a lot of additional things to their work item. It seems like in the interest of not wasting Mr. Thompson's time further, it would be ideal if we could commit to a some kind of not to recommend them for the docket, but to recommend to move them to the development code update.
So we can get to that. What I will say is I think this evening staff is prepared to walk us through each of the individual items. And then if we get to the point where someone wants to make a motion on, you're at liberty to form a motion in whichever way you want, whether that's to agree or disagree on any items. I think the easiest thing for this evening, as we go through these, there are, as I think somebody mentioned before we started, there are a number of these that I think we may have unanimous consent on. And so after the staff presentation, I'll just ask the question, like, do we have unanimous consent that this should be moved forward? Yes or no? If we don't have unanimous consent, then we will come back to it for a discussion, but we'll go through the presentation in that form so that we can discuss each item. And if we don't have uniformity, then we'll bring it back. I understand the point that you've made, Kate, but the feedback that we received from last year when we took that approach, I think this evening we'll go through these. I don't want to belabor the conversation this evening, but at the very least, we'll have a reading of each of the items so that we can consider them.
Sounds good, thanks.
Carolyn, you have one more question?
Yes. While it's really valuable to look at the staff's, viewpoint of the particular proposal, I think in this public meeting, we need to show the public that we are considering the criteria for each one of these proposals independently. So rather than, looking at, do we have consensus already before we look at the criteria? Let's look at the criteria first, as a group, and then see if we have consensus after that. I think that's really important.
So I want to be clear, and Allison is going to go through this. Our direction tonight is to determine whether or not the items in front of us warrant further discussion on our work plan next year. And we're not necessarily arguing the merits of the, beyond, do they meet the criteria that have been laid out in front of us? I do not know whether or not, I don't know whether or not each of these items will. We're going to go through them each. And if we are at a point where we realize that everyone is in uniform direction on which way we need to go, then we should do that and take that and then move forward. So I'll take, Kate, your last question, and then I want to get to Allison's presentation.
Sure thing. I guess the reason that I raise that is because of criteria number 2, the city can provide the resources, including staff and budget. Given the staff has told us they don't have the resources, and there is a work program already in place to manage these. I just wanted to point out that that's why I raise that, because one of the criteria has been addressed by staff. And I hear what Carolyn says, that we should demonstrate to the public due process here. I'm just wondering how are we as a planning commission going to determine whether or not staff has the resources to do the work? And Allison, maybe you can address that in your comments. Thanks for.
Well, with that, I think it's a great segue, Allison, to move to, because I do believe you were going to address that, if I recall from our conversation. So, and I also see interim CPD director Jeff is with us this evening, so he can also opine on any of the resourcing questions and conversations. But with that, Allison, why don't I turn it over to you to walk us through the procedural part of this, and then we can get to the commentary from the submitters.
Give me one moment. My computer just told me it wants to restart.
We can't, and I can't hear you, Allison. I don't know if like the microphone you're using is.
I thought I heard technical difficulties just now. There's a restart required potentially.
Can you hear me
It's
now?
okay. Yeah, I can hear you, but
Just barely though.
yeah.
I've had this problem before, and I have this external mic, but that was what I was on at first, and it also wasn't working.
And when you click on the microphone, the little arrow, did you change the input? That's the one I always forget to do.
I just switched it to a different one. Is that any better?
There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
I went back to the one I had at first. I don't know why that helped, but great. Anyway, I do have a few slides to go through. Let me pop that up. Okay. Is it still sharing? Got multiple screens going on. Okay. This is our annual opportunity for members of the public to propose items for the docket, which would, if they're docketed, will then go on to our work plan for next year for further review. Like Chair Hubble said, the decision tonight is really, is this idea or is this concept good, and would we like to review it further? If they're recommended for the docket, and if the council ultimately dockets them, we would then come back for a more extensive review process next year. It's typically a 6-month process or so for most code amendments, which includes SEPA checklist. That's kind of our environmental review. Usually 2 or 3 meetings with the Planning Commission, sometimes more, depending on how complicated the issue is. And then it goes to City Council for 2 readings. So tonight we're taking the preliminary review of all the proposed items, and you all will be asked to make your recommendation to the City Council. The City Council will be meeting in December to make the final decision about which items are added to the docket. I also wanted to note here that we did update the packet earlier today with some significant revisions to the staff memo, and I've already gotten a couple questions on email about that, so I wanted to just speak to it up front. Probably what you all don't know is kind of at the same time that we were working on this packet and going into this week, we've also been preparing some materials for the City Council for their meeting next Tuesday.
Allison,
And that is
excuse me.
focused.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. You're not in presentation mode on your.
Thank you. I thought I started it, but it just didn't do it. There we go.
You did, and then it didn't take. So there we go. Thank you.
Well, the problem is I can't see it's covering up you guys, so I'm going to try to fix that really quick. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So where was I? At the same time that we've been working on preparing for this docket presentation, we've also been working on preparing for a City Council presentation next week, focused on new requirements for comprehensive plans, the housing element of comprehensive plans that have come from the state in the last year. There's a lot of emerging information kind of coming in real time about what those requirements will be. The Department of Commerce has been working for the last 15 or 16 months, developing guidance and rolling that out, just starting here in the last week or two, for the draft guidance for review by cities. And so we've got some of the early information about what will be required for the housing element. We don't have all the information yet, but as we're learning more and as, you know, starting to talk with other cities and hearing from King County with how they're going to be weighing in on some of this guidance, we're learning that these requirements are a lot more extensive than we initially anticipated. When we scoped the comp plan update last January, we were thinking that some of these requirements would be fairly simple and could be addressed through a couple of policies in our comp plan, but it's becoming clear now that they'll require significant analysis and community outreach and policy development work that we really weren't anticipating. And that's really just started to come to light here in the last week or so. And so as we were preparing for that City Council meeting and putting together the packet materials, having conversations with our consultants and kind of thinking this through, it became clear to the staff that that body of work is definitely going to take a lot more time next year than we had anticipated, and that we needed to kind of rethink our original recommendation in the staff memo about the docket. And so that's why we've withdrawn those staff proposals from consideration. Does anyone have questions about that?
I'm not seeing any hands raised. Any questions? Carolyn?
Not really a question, but I just want to clarify one thing a little bit. I know you may be speaking rather generally in terms of, we decide tonight if some of these proposals are good, and then if so, we recommend them for inclusion in the final docket to the City Council. But one thing that really has concerned me more and more over the years is that the commission does tend to think in terms of, we need to decide whether these proposals are good or not. And I really don't think that's quite our role. If you look at the criteria that we're supposed to be using, for example, in 230 sub E, you know, we're not supposed to decide whether this is a good idea. We're supposed to decide whether it falls within the comprehensive plan or the code appropriately, whether there's whether it serves the public interest by implementing something in the comprehensive plan, or a new approach that might be making itself a possibility. We're not really in a position to decide, this item is a good idea and gee, we think it should be adopted. So I think we have to keep a little bit more open mind
Yeah, I
than
agree.
that.
I agree with what you just said. I was actually about to go into a little more detail on that point.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think really tonight, what we'll be asking you to do is look at the concept that's been proposed. And the reason I'm saying concept is I would say don't get hung up on the specific wording or specific details of the proposal, but look at the overall idea, compare that to the criteria, and determine if that is something that you believe needs further consideration by the city in the coming year. So I wanted to give a little overview of the docketing procedure. We received some public comment about this that I wanted to address. And then on my next slide, I'll talk a little more about the criteria that you will use to review each proposal. So like I was saying, this is the annual opportunity for folks from the public to propose amendments. In addition to the public, the city manager, city department directors, or by majority vote, the city council, planning commission, or other boards and commissions can propose amendments. Amendments proposed by the public need to be accompanied by an application form. However, proposals from the other groups listed in the first bullet do not need to have an application form. This is straight from the city code. And then in terms of the process, the public notice was provided in August and opened the docket submittal period from September 1 to October 1. We've received 8 applications from the public. The Planning Commission now will review and make a recommendation. And then the City Council needs to approve the final docket by December 31st, and they're scheduled to do that on December 6th. And then whatever is placed on the final docket will determine the work plan for CPD and for the Planning Commission in the coming year. So here's the criteria that folks have been referring to. Again, this is straight from the city code. So there's these 6 items. The proposed amendment presents a matter that's appropriately addressed through the comp plan or the code. The city has the resources, including staff and budget, necessary to review the proposal, or resources can be provided by an applicant for an amendment. The proposal does not raise policy or land use issues that are more appropriately addressed by an ongoing work program item. The proposal will serve the public interest by implementing identified goals of the comp plan or a new approach supporting the city's vision. The essential elements of the proposal and proposed outcome have not been considered by the city in the last 3 years, although that requirement can be waived by the city council. And sorry, my screens are overlapping. The proponent establishes that there exists a change in circumstances that justifies the need for the amendment. So these are the criteria that you should keep in mind as we go through each of these proposals and think about whether they meet these criteria. I'll be speaking a little more about criteria 2, the city resources, and I'll also talk about things that are on our existing work plan so that you can consider, whether something might be more appropriately addressed in an ongoing work item.
Carolyn?
You're on mute, Commissioner.
Yeah. The code says in D, 230D, that the docking criteria, which you have on the screen right now, are for the purpose of the city council deciding what will go on the final docket. They are never presented as the criteria that the Planning Commission will use for what goes on a preliminary docket. The only reference into what there is, the only reference as to what the Planning Commission might use is in 230D, small d, large d, small d, 1 small d, and it says, 1 small c, It says the planning commission shall review the preliminary docket at a public meeting and make a recommendation on the preliminary docket to the city council each year. There isn't any criteria specified that we are to use. And when I consult the state law regarding our role in, bringing, welcoming proposals from the public, it isn't presented as if, to get on the preliminary docket, that somebody has to go through any particular criteria. The preliminary docket it sounds to be supposed to be rather open, whereas the final
Can I ask,
docket
what's
has
the
these
intent?
criteria.
What's the intent of the question that you're, or the point that you're trying to make, Carolyn?
Well,
Are you?
Okay, you want to let me finish, or can you?
Well,
I'd like to
I have a
finish my
question
sentence.
legitimately, which is,
Oh.
you're getting to a theme, and I'm not sure what it is.
I'd like to finish my sentence, Dan, and then I'd be glad to listen to what you have to say.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so, so my reading of it was that the preliminary docket, didn't have criteria for axing certain things and promoting other things. The only criteria I see here is for the city council to decide what goes in a final docket. So that's a concern I have regarding the criteria that we're all using. I think it's very confusing.
So I have a question, Carolyn, which is, so understanding that's the way that you have viewed that, what is the point that you're trying to make? Are you saying that you do not think that we should be using criteria to evaluate the items in front of us this evening? Like,
I am presenting it to the commission and pointing out to the staff that our process does not seem to be reflected in the code. So I'm very concerned about that. I would like to, at some point, propose a docket item to review the docketing process and clear it up, because not only is there this 230, which refers to, the title of it is docketing for the comprehensive plan, but it has a lot of reference into it here and there about code amendments. Then there's section 240.
so
Excuse me,
procedurally, what I'm worried
250.
about, Carolyn,
No,
is...
let me finish, please.
Oh,
You
no,
asked me a
one,
question. I
Carolyn,
would like to answer the question. And when
I-
I'm shortly done, it will be a useful answer. So please
I
let
have
me
a
finish.
procedural thing that I need to mention, Carolyn. You have an item on the docket that we're going to consider, and you'll have time to address that. And in fairness of the other applicants, I don't want there to be an appearance that you're having time to get to your docket item before we've actually had, like, until we brought it to the floor. And that's
I'm not
all
speaking to
I'm...
my docket item. I want to make 2 points about the confusion as to what criteria we are using for our process. So I would like to go on, and now I'll have to pick up now because I've been interrupted. We were talking about 230, which has to do, the title of it is Comprehensive Plan Docketing. However, 230 includes a number of references to code amendments. Yet there's a whole separate section, 250, which is about code amendments. And there's a whole separate section, 260, which is about comprehensive plan amendments. I basically consider the docketing process to be quite problematic, and perhaps there have been updates made to it over the years that have not been, and the whole thing has not been integrated and cleaned up. But
interim CPD director, if you could... I see you have your hand. You want to chime in?
I do. Thank you, Chair. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD. To help Commissioner Boatsman and the commission here just split a few hairs on sections of the code that were just referenced. The 1915 230 that Commissioner Boatsman was speaking to directly there is related to docketing, the process that's before both the commission here this evening and ultimately the city council before the end of the year. The couple of sections that follow 230 in the code, 240, 250, and perhaps 260 was referenced as well. Those aren't addressing the docketing process. Those are addressing the processing of a rezone, another text amendment to Title 19 of the municipal code, and as well as the comprehensive plan. So please think of 230 being what we're doing here tonight. Those other subsections, excuse me, are specifically related to legislative reviews, or in the case of a rezone, quasi judicial review, part and parcel from docketing and this process. Hopefully that proves to be helpful for all of you here tonight.
Thank you. I want to, Victor, I know you had your hand up. Did you have?
While I want to make sure that Commissioner Boatsman has her comments and issues heard, I want to point out we have a number of the members of the public online waiting to be heard. And I'm wondering if perhaps we could table this until after those people are heard, and then maybe we can come back to this. Is there a procedural way that we can do that?
Allison, do you have anything?
In terms of procedure, I think Victor used the correct term. We could table this discussion until a little later in the meeting to move now to hearing from the docket proponents. And I think that would just be a motion.
So moved.
I'd second that motion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to table the conversation related to the procedural elements of our review, the docketing criteria, to after we listen to the public commentary. Any questions before I take a vote?
Chair Hubble, could I just please clarify who made the motion? I know that Commissioner Hughes seconded it.
It was moved by Commissioner Rashish.
Thank you.
Okay. Deb, would you like to just call a quick vote?
Certainly. Chair Hubble.
Aye.
Vice Chair Murphy.
Aye.
Commissioner Hughes.
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman.
Aye.
Commissioner Rashish.
Aye.
Commissioner Curry.
Aye.
And Commissioner Rayub.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll table that discussion for the time being. Allison, do you have anything else before we move to the
I was going to speak a little to our work plan, but why don't I just hold that for when we come back? I would like to move to our guest speakers.
Great.
And share.
Okay, thank you. With that, I have 4 people on my list, and I will take them in the order that they were given to me. Number 1 will be Gardner Morelli. Number 2 will be Mike Murphy. Number 3 will be Carolyn Boatsman, and number 4 will be Daniel Thompson. With that, just make sure I have all of the procedural pieces of this as representatives of your respective code amendments. I'll remind you that remarks should be addressed to the commission as a whole, not to individual commission members or staff members. Please speak audibly, state your name and city of residence for the record, and you will have 5 minutes. So with that, we will start with Gardner Morelli.
Can you hear me now?
We can indeed. Welcome, Gardner.
Hey, thank you. Dear Planning Commission, My name is Gardner Morelli. I reside at 8454 West Mercer Way. And my experience living on Mercer Island dates back to 1968, when my parents moved into the Tamarack Apartments while my father was building his lifelong home in Parkwood. I'm here tonight representing the Mercer Island Beach Club. It's 500 families strong, social and community. It's 500 families, social, strong, and community club. And its code amendment docket requests, and that I'm asking not only for your support in improving this for the city council, but also your support in fast tracking this docket to correct city code oversight and the unintended consequences of the 2019 Shoreline Master Plan. We believe our marina is covered under current code in Table B within the Shoreline Master Program Code section. The first allowed use in that table is moorage facilities in 19.16.010 within the city code under definitions. A moorage facility is defined as any device or structure used to secure a boat or a vessel, including piers, docks, piles, lift stations, or buoys. Well, our marina is absolutely a structure utilizing piers and docks to secure boats of our members. We're a little baffled as to how staff does not believe our marina does not fall under this permitted use within the table, but since we could not come to agreement with staff on this, our hands were forced a bit to where we are today. As a long-term community club that has welcomed generations of islanders, I decided to file this docket request to simply amend the footnote under Table B to allow the city to support our desire to update our marina. Our amendment is laser focused to make sure the three existing entities, MIBC, Mercerwood Shore Club, and Covenant Shores, have a path forward, a SCUP, a shoreline conditional use permit, to work with the city so all can update and improve their marinas, not just repair like for like. Before I get into the merits of our docket request, I do want to make a couple comments tied to priority levels. MIBC this year is the only private docket submitted that has a staff assigned priority above low. While this is appreciated, staff indicates that our docket request is not of the utmost importance and that the request could be folded into the next regular Shoreline Master Plan review process, which is to be completed prior to June 30th, 2027. We are worried our marina does not have 4 years, let alone 2 functional years left in it, meaning delaying this amendment is not a good idea. We started planning to replace our marina back in 2017 and had hoped to be under construction by now. Also, because the MIBC site is located in a defined spawning zone, our construction window to actually do any work is only 75 days a year. I believe mid-July through September 30th. MIBC met with the city early on, and we understood we had city support for the project. We had a formal pre-application meeting in 2021 and lost over a year of time following the city's 2021 instruction to file a code interpretation request, which now has been set aside. The safety of our members and Islander guests are our utmost concern. We cannot risk waiting 4 years for a code fix to a footnote, let alone any other delays that could happen. The MIBC proposal is a simple laser-focused fix for one footnote in the code. As such, we think it is more similar to other staff recommended high priorities, just like staff's earlier proposed Amendment 10, which is to fix incorrect and unclear language in the administrative code. We urge the Planning Commission to advance our docket amendment request. While the specific project is not on the table tonight to discuss, I also wanted to touch on what the Beach Club wants to do and what will be prevented from doing without this amendment. What we want to do is replace an end-of-life marina. Simply repairing the marina over time is not a good solution. The marina we want to replace is all fixed, solid surface wooden structures. As mentioned by Katie and Debbie earlier, the original design has boat slips that start right up against the shoreline with outdated dimensions. Additionally, there is a day dock that allowed boats to tie up during the day and allow other boats on and off access, but unfortunately, this portion of the dock has been closed down for the last 3 years due to safety and will not be used until replaced. We want to replace this marina design that has single access point with a reduced width, ADA limited, separation of swim dock and marina, as well as orientation of boats in the marina for safety. prismatic grading throughout the entire scope, improved habitat for salmon. The marina pushed into deeper water, but still on our property to ensure the entire design is greater than 30 feet away from shore and is as efficient of a design as possible. Improve fish environment, shoreline, and footprint, reduce footprint. Uniform slip dimensions for safety of boaters, removal of debris and abandoned piles within the property line, improved environment, removal of approximately 150 lineal feet of 4x4 creosote timbers rockery along the shoreline and replaced with spawning gravel per code. We have had conversations with Fish and Wildlife as well as ecology, and we were told our project would have a big positive impact on the lake. Their design was more desirable than the existing marina. So we decided to submit for the RAP program and it was accepted. The restoration permitting program is a voluntary program designed to promote shoreline habitat restoration, environmentally friendly design, and a streamlined permit process. What happens if we do not get the city's support? A huge loss for the improvement of the lake environment. MIBC will be forced to slowly replace in kind the existing less eco-friendly design. A missed opportunity by the city to show that when there is an unintended consequence to a previous city decision that there is an identifiable fix, that they are willing to step up and fix it. A missed opportunity for the city to support new programs such as RAP. A missed opportunity to aid other long-time and appreciated clubs who have similar issues, Shore Club and Covenant Shores. I thank you for your time tonight and once again ask for your support in getting this not only approved from this commission, but to get this docket amendment completed within the city code in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Gardner. Item number 2, Vice Chair Murphy, I believe this is your 5 minutes to speak to your amendment. Oh, he disappeared.
That appears to have been my fault. I moved the wrong person back to attendees, so I'm elevating Commissioner Murphy now. Thank you for your patience. There we go.
Sorry about that, Mike. Deb voted you off the island.
That's, yeah, literally. Okay, are we back?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, yeah. Fellow commissioners, my proposal is to delete the definition of piped watercourses and to delete section 1907 180C6 relating to piped watercourse setbacks. Interestingly, I discovered in my research that the Growth Management Hearings Board ruled a long time ago that Mercer Island's inclusion of piped watercourses in its critical areas code was not in compliance with the Growth Management Act. So why it's still there is actually a mystery, but one that we probably won't solve tonight. Now, these sections were clearly well-intentioned, but the devil's in the details. And here, when you parse through it, it's clear the details are flawed. The creation of a 45-foot setback on both sides of the storm mains prevents the owners from doing any improvements within the setback area. So essentially, you have a 90-foot swath going through these neighborhoods. The code was intended to incentivize daylighting of storm pipes, but if you examine the maps that I uploaded or Deb uploaded that I submitted, it's obvious that most of these pipes will never be daylighted because of where they are. They're either under or close to roads, driveways, or houses. To the extent these pipes have followed prior natural drainage courses, they were piped a long time ago to allow the development of the very single family neighborhoods that the city council is fighting very hard to preserve. Subsection C was intended to encourage people to daylight pipes, but that doesn't work as intended. You can't daylight a pipe if that creates a stream buffer on neighboring property. From the maps, it's clear that in most cases, daylighting a pipe would create a stream buffer on neighboring property because the width of most lots on the island and the size of stream buffers, 60 feet on each side. This creates a catch-22 for many homeowners. The setback prevents them from making improvements in the setback area, but the creation of a buffer on adjoining property prevents them from daylighting the storm pipe to reduce the setback. Subsection D in theory allows a setback reduction, but it requires the owner to show unmitigatable landslide or environmental risk. This is an absurdly high standard and really unreasonable to expect to ever meet. And bottom line is, if the pipe is on your neighbor's property, good luck. There's nothing you can do. In short, the code language, while well-intentioned, is unworkable. Now, the staff report did not address any of these points. Instead, it claimed that pipe watercourses are not storm mains, but they are not correct. The city's official GIS maps identifies pipe watercourses as storm mains. And if you look at them, it's obvious that they function as storm mains. They are tied to catch basins in many cases. The staff report claims the proposal would be too much work, but this proposal does not involve, as staff suggests, any change to the shoreline master plan, nor does it implicate state-regulated critical areas. The Department of Ecology does not regulate piped watercourses as critical areas, and those are simply red herrings. There would be some work. They would have to give the appropriate notice and those type of things, but we're not talking about significant burden on staff, council, or the commission. Now, the suggestion that this is a low priority raises the question of priority for whom. Certainly not the member or people on the island that are affected by this. Now, I'm mindful that many of us, myself included, are reluctant to do anything that would cause environmental damage. But removing these provisions will not impair the structure, function, or ecological benefit of our existing stormwater system. It will not affect the volume of runoff, water quality going into the lake, or any of our ravines or streams. The staff report does not suggest otherwise. Now, as we talked about at the beginning, process-wise, the question is not necessarily whether you would vote for this particular change. There may be better solutions to these flaws in the code. Kirkland has an approach to daylighting some storm lines, which is really much more practical. The question before us, though, is whether this issue is worthy of further consideration. And given the impact on a large number of people who only discover that they have this problem when they go in to get a permit to, say, add 200 square foot addition or put on second story, that's when they discover it. And I think it's a problem, and I think it is worthy of consideration, worthy of moving forward in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Murphy. With that, where's my list? We will go to number 3. Carolyn Boatsman, if you'd like to speak to your proposal.
Yeah. Okay, my proposal is to amend the docketing criteria, which are used by the city council to form the final docket. And these criteria are in Mercer Island City Code 19-15-230E. So what I've proposed to delete is a clause that says that a reason for not docketing a proposal is that the proposal does not raise a policy or land use issue that is more appropriately addressed by an ongoing work program item approved by the city council. So my thinking is that if there's an ongoing work item coming up that's closely related to the proposal, that's all the more reason to docket the item. I cannot see why that should be a reason not to docket something. It's a perfect opportunity to fold a topic into a work item. The council has the right to, at least state law makes it clear that an item that is docketed may not get completed. The review may not get completed in that year. The council has the right to extend that, say the work item goes on for a couple of years. They are not bound to complete the review of something on the final docket within 1 year. And I know that our code also supports that carryover feature. So that's all I really have to say about it. I think if there's an ongoing work item, that's gangbusters for including, a proposal that's closely related in that work item.
Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. Number 4, I believe we have Mr. Daniel Thompson to speak to his proposals. I think there are items 2 through 6 in our chart.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome, Dan.
Hi, Dan. How you doing? My name is Dan Thompson. I'm a resident of Mercer Island, and I would like to speak about proposed amendments 2 through 6 that I have submitted in the past. All 8 of the citizen suggested amendments have been rated low priority except for the beach club. The staff has opposed those and also suggested that some will be part of larger projects like the revisit of the residential development code that was adopted October 31, 2017. I'd like to first talk about the concept that there's a lack of staff resources for the amendments that I've seen. Some of you may know that Bob Medved and I were co-counsel who appealed to the Growth Management Hearing Board to require this docket, especially the code amendment docket. And what we have seen on this docket is exactly what we wanted. The city's amendments were procedurally deficient, and I'm glad that they have been withdrawn. The other 8 amendments I have seen are incredibly intelligent, well thought out, really well presented amendments. It's very smart people bringing things that we don't see or the council doesn't see, and that means a lot. When staff tells me that they don't have staff resources, I sit here and say, you just had 4 proposed amendments that you withdrew, one of which was a major upzone of the town center. Obviously, staff thought that there were the resources for those amendments. When staff tells you that we have recent data from the Growth Management Planning Commission about our housing growth targets or our housing assessment needs that are going to change the surgical approach, which it's supposed to be, to the comprehensive plan, that's simply not correct. I have been involved in that from the very beginning with Salim Needs. There's not going to be any major changes or work on that. So I just don't think that that is a legitimate reason to just wipe away that has happened too many years in the past. These 8, I think, very intelligent and well thought out proposals that should be thought of. Now, the next thing I want to do is turn towards my suggested amendments. And these really tie into Carolyn Boatsman's amendment, because if you look at her amendment, she wants to remove the fact that too many of these amendments are being scuttled because they're stating that they are ongoing work programs. Well, almost all of mine go to discrete residential development code amendments that all of you know. I was intimately involved with the rewrite in 2017. So was Dan. And I think, and some of these were actually post amendments by Evan Maxim. But the fact is, there isn't an ongoing rewrite of the or revisit of the residential development code. It was due in 2019. It's 2022. Next year's going to be the comprehensive plan. We're talking 2024 or 2025 before this comes forward. So the key element that Carolyn's amendment goes towards is there an ongoing program? I mean, are you guys actually involved whatsoever in revisiting the residential development code? You aren't. So you can't tell citizens that there is a inchoate rewrite of a certain or ongoing program that will be years in the future, so we are not going to look at your amendments. What we have seen year after year is the city prioritizing its amendments and, I believe, discrediting the citizen amendment. And this is probably the most intelligent and most sophisticated citizen proposed amendments I have seen, and was the intent of our appeal. Now, let me just turn towards a few of my amendments very quickly. As Dan pointed out, I have 25 minutes, but I'm not going to go 25 minutes. The 2, 3, 4, and 6, as I mentioned, those are discrete anomalies, I think, in our residential development code. Carolyn was intimately involved in this, so she knows. There was a kind of a titanic battle between me and Dan Grouse, although Dan Grouse was involved and, you know, she was the poor mediator, but some of these came forward. But these are not very intensive use. I mean, Commissioner Murphy's is more intensive, but I also, when I read it and I went through it, I sat there and thought, wow, I mean, here's a smart guy, knows this, has brought it forward. Same with the beach club. That is what we want. So let's just look at how tailored some of my proposals are. For example, a 12-foot ceiling height to avoid the gross floor area ratio. There's not a single jurisdiction that uses 12 feet. This was a debate between Grouse and me. He put it in at the last second. Who has 12-foot ceilings? We are 10-foot ceilings is the standard. I don't know why we have the 12 feet when, as you know, Dan knows that our central focus on the residential rewrite was to reduce gross floor area ratios, you know, lot to house ratios. And we did that by getting rid of some, you know, deviations and also by lowering that. This was just something that never made any sense. It just seems to me that we should just lower it to 10 feet. The next one is the exterior decks. This is a post 2017 code amendment by Evan Maxim, who is actually he was the originator of why we made this appeal. It doesn't make any sense. Covered outdoor porches are gross floor area. And when our entire development code, and some of you might not have realized how or remember how contentious and angry it was with the out-of-state residential development, covered outdoor porches should not be exempt for the gross floor area ratio. I mean, and I'm not proposing, these are not really extensive changes. Finally, you know, I want to get to something that you're probably not going to put on the agenda, and maybe it should be something down the road. And it's the issue that is going to dominate your and the council's deliberation. We just went through the Growth Management Planning Council's growth housing allocations. Salim Neese did a fabulous job. We have a net zero growth housing target because of over allocation from prior councils. We have about 1,220 to do. We can't, we can meet that with our current zoning, which means we don't have to upzone our residential development, in our residential zones, which is, you know, it's so toxic. You can't believe it. It was just brilliant. That is why I was so opposed to this idea that we were going to allow commercial development in our town center to displace that housing. And you got my emails on that. This is what I was talking about on the deed. This is when it goes to additional GFAR for DADUs and ADUs. And Carolyn actually mediated this resolution. And, you know, Grouse and I were going at it. The fact is we have 1,220 housing targets, which I think will turn out to be inflated in 10 years when they revisit it through 2044. When you add in the DADUs and the ADUs, that adds 7,000 housing units if every residential lot adopted one. Now, if you were there at the time, everybody knew it was a little bit of a fraud because people on Mercer Island don't build DADUs and ADUs if it takes it out of the gross floor area of the house because they're more expensive to build and most islanders don't want it. Scott Greenberg testified, I think in 2017, that out of 7,000 residential lots, we had 238 DADU or ADU licenses. And that was likely high because when people remodel, they don't go through the hassle of getting rid of the license. That's what we're going to be moving forward. So like Bellevue does not allow a detached accessory dwelling unit. And they require that it be part of the gross floor area ratio. The problem that they made with, and this, you know, Carolyn brokered it, you know, because it was contentious and we didn't have a lot of time to think about it, but a 10,000 square foot lot can have a 4,000 square foot house. That is not a small house. So we take the largest lot because under the rule that was brokered, you get 5% or 500 square feet if your lot is 10,000 square feet or less for your additional gross floor area ratio. We give more gross floor area ratio to the larger lot and less to the smaller lot. That makes no sense. The whole point that it should have been is we should take lots under 8,400 square feet, you know, the grandfathered in lots that under that formula, if you have a 6,000 square foot house, I think that you could have a 300 square foot ADU or DADU. And so we have it backwards. We should not take our large lot minimums, which I, you know, support, and then give the larger lot the greater GFAR ratio. And so that is something, but in a bigger picture, I will tell you that in the next year or two, what some of us, I am going to be working towards is we don't need any DADU or ADU incentives like we were told that we needed to meet our housing growth targets. We know our housing growth targets through 2044. Now, King County just came out and said we're supposed to permit all 1,220 of those at 0 to 30% AMI. Here's a little test for all of you to go home, figure out how you do that on Mercer Island. They just killed all development on Mercer Island if that goes through. You tell me a builder who's going to build a DADU, a condo, a studio, or anything that is limited to $654 a month. That's 0 to 30% MI. So, I mean, that's a big issue. I want to put that on your thinking cap so you think about it. But I'm telling you, when I read these amendments, the Beach Club, Commissioner Murphy's, Carolyn's is correct. You know, if you came to me and said, we have an ongoing residential rewrite process going on, so Dan, we want to do that holistically, I would sit here and say, fine, but you don't. The key word is ongoing. There is no ongoing residential revisit. And there should be, but we have staff resources. I think mine should at least advance. I think the Beach Club, And I was a member for a long time. And I'm telling you, that is a very powerful political group. They killed the community facility zone. They have the right to do what they want because it makes sense. They're not talking about hurting the environment. We don't want to do it. I like Carolyn's ideas, you know. So I'm just saying is advance these. The staff has the resources. You know, Commissioner Murphy was correct. I mean, I took 20 minutes and I read his and then his supplemental information. And you know what I thought? Wow, here's a smart guy, knows this stuff, exactly what we wanted this docket for. And why would we not advance this, or the beach club, or Carolyn's idea, or, you know, forget about mine. You know, I think some of them are going to come forward. I do think the declaratory space and the outdoor decks, because those are anomalies to what we did in the development code. We can deal with the others, I guess, later.
Hey, Dan.
So that's what I'm saying.
I was just going to say, I got you a little over 14 minutes if you want to wrap up so we can.
I'm done. I'm
okay.
done. And I you know, and I do want to say this. I really appreciate how much work you guys do. This stuff's brutal. It's brutal. This is the unsung commission. Except if you think that you got a lot of vitriol going on, come on down to a Parks Commission meeting. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the comments for the members that had submitted items for the comp plan docket. So we will move back to the presentation phase of this, and then we'll pick up the conversation around process. I don't want to spend an hour talking on process. I'd like to get to the substance of these so that we can move the ones forward that we would like to move forward. So Allison, do you want to finish your slide and then we can come back to the conversation that was having and conclude that?
Unmute. Okay, thank you. All right, I just wanted to speak briefly to the work plan items for 2023, just to give you an idea of the other things that are already on the work plan that whatever is docketed would add to. So I'll keep this brief. We've got the comp plan. We've already been working on it for most of this year, and it's not expected to be adopted until late in 2024. It's a big project, and in 2021, state legislation was adopted, HB 1220, that added a bunch of new requirements for housing elements. There will be affordable housing targets that Mr. Thompson was referring to. King County is currently looking at a few different scenarios for how that might work. We'll be presenting to the City Council on Tuesday with a bunch more information on that. If anyone's interested in learning more, I would highly recommend joining the study session on Tuesday night. In addition to those housing targets, there will also be a bunch of new requirements about racially disparate impacts in housing, and we'll be required to do an analysis of all of our policies and regulations to determine if they create racially disparate impacts and come up with strategies to undo those impacts. We're anticipating this will be a very significant chunk of work that will add a few months to our scope from what was originally anticipated. We're also going to be required to address moderate density housing or middle housing. In our comp plan, we don't know yet. We're waiting for more guidance about what exactly that means and what that bar will be. But from the early indications, it sounds like we will need to do something to add moderate density housing to the city, which we don't currently have very much. So those are all, I would say, big things that will require considerable analysis, outreach, and consideration. So we are anticipating that will be a significant add to the scope of work for the comp plan. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the residential development standards analysis, RDS. So this work was supposed to commence this year. CPD had some significant staffing changes earlier this year on our current planning team that affected our ability to begin this work. We had out of a 3-person team, we had 2 people leave, including the manager of that team back in the April-May timeframe. And that was just when we were looking to commence this work. And so we had to put it on a long-term pause. We have now rehired for those positions. We have people that have been in those seats for a couple of months now, getting up to speed. And we would like to come back to this work beginning in 2023. It's unfortunate that that delay happened, but it was really something that was beyond our control. And, you know, it's been difficult to hire people this year, I'll say that. So it did take some time to make it happen and to get people in those seats. And we really wanted to work to kind of right the ship with our staffing and our current planning, you know, our building permit and land use reviews before coming back to this analysis. So that's what's been happening the last few months. We also have 2 items that are on this year's docket that we are not going to get to this year. As you guys know, the comp plan has been a big piece of our work the last few months, and that will be the focus of our final 2 meetings this year. That leaves these 2 items yet to pick up sometime next year. The first one, transitional and permanent supportive housing, the City Council actually adopted interim regulations on this issue in September, which gives us several more months to wait for additional information from the Washington State Department of Commerce, and then adopt permanent regulations. So we'll be looking to do that sometime mid next year. And the second item here, schools in the business zone. This was a proposal from the public, and it's just one that was noted as being a little lower on the priority list when the council discussed the docket last year. And as such, we just haven't gotten to it in our work plan yet. And again, we'll have to pick that up next year. Does anyone have questions about those work plan items?
Commissioner Acuse.
Hi, yeah, I'm thinking about the work plan items, particularly the residential development standards analysis, because it is tied to our conversation later. And I think my question is one of how are docket items prioritized? And why I'm asking that is if each of the proposed code amendments by Mr. Thompson that the staff is proposing to put in this residential development standards analysis, like, do they get bumped in priority below the residential? I'm just wondering where it's more advantageous for those things to live if the Planning Commission decides that they would want to recommend to move them forward one way or the other. So I'm not sure if I'm being clear here, but I'm thinking you have a work plan, it's got priorities. If Mr. Thompson's proposed code amendments are in the RSD, are they higher priority than they would be as individual items? That's not clear to me how the work planning gets prioritized.
Not a big difference. Like if something's added to the docket, then we receive direction from the City Council to put that on our work plan. Sometimes that comes with some qualitative direction around which things are more important or which things should come first. And if things are already on our work plan, you know, I think it's basically an equal weight. They're on the list. We're working to prioritize everything that's on the list and get to the highest priority items first.
Just to follow up, would staff, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, you know, if there are the same type of work, would staff be managing them at the same time anyway, whether they were recommended to be moved by this group, recommended to be moved to the final docket, or recommended to be rolled into that work plan? Like, would you be doing it at the same time regardless? I'm just wondering how important it is to debate which place those go.
Typically, when there's items that are very closely related, we try to consolidate the review and look at them together. So, you know, if there's an item docketed from Mr. Thompson's proposals and we're picking up this RDS analysis and it would make sense to consider them together at the same time, that could be done, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Jeff, did you have something that you wanted to add to that?
Allison caught it actually, so thank you.
Great. Commissioner Boatsman.
Yeah, I'd like to respond back to Jeff's comment earlier about some of these existing code sections and what they provide in terms of criteria for proposed code amendments or comprehensive plan amendments. Jeff, you mentioned a section that has to do with reclassification of property and rezones, which is true. I mean, that's section 240, but section 250 is clearly only about code amendments. And I will point out again, I think inconsistency in Mercer Island's code, because the Growth Management Act requires docketing comprehensive plan amendments annually. And we have a section that's ostensibly about that, which is 230. There's a lot of stuff in there about code amendments as well. But if you were to just ignore everything about code amendments in 230, you would have this section 250, which would deal with code amendments, which is nothing that the Growth Management Act seems to require anyway. So 250 is clearly about code amendments. And again, the criteria for review, there aren't any. There is only criteria for approving things that are on the docket and there is a docket, by the way, in this that is formed under 250, a docket of code amendments. There are only criteria there for the city council approving what's on the docket. There's no criteria for putting things on the docket. So, you know, I really think we need some real clarity going forward as to this docketing process and what our criteria are. It'd be a little bit difficult even tonight, I think, to try to make decisions with what we have.
Kate.
Yeah, I'm reading the docketing criteria, and I think some clarification, I agree with Carolyn, clarification would be helpful. What I'm understanding when I read the code under the docketing process, what we're not creating a preliminary review docket. We have been provided a preliminary review docket. So that's one clarification that I would think would be helpful, is what staff has provided us, the preliminary review docket. Because if that's the case, then under docketing criteria E, it says the following criteria shall be used to determine whether a proposal amendment is added to the final docket in subsection D of this section. So there's a final docket review, and that's what the city council is doing, the final docket review. So my understanding is that we have a preliminary docket in front of us. We're reviewing it to see it goes on the final docket. And if that is the case, then I think those docketing criteria would apply. So I think I agree with Carolyn that that question needs to be answered. Is it a preliminary docket, and do E docketing criteria apply? Because my read is they do, Carolyn's read is they don't. It sounds like we need a clarification or a decision on that.
Allison?
I'm happy to speak to how the staff are interpreting that. I would concur that what we have presented to you is the preliminary docket. And the criteria, the code does say that city council shall use these to determine which items should go on the final docket. And the planning commission needs to recommend to the city council which items they think should go on the final docket. So while it doesn't directly say that the planning commission should use those criteria also, I think it's logical that you would keep those criteria in mind, because you know that they're the ones that the city council must use, and you're making a recommendation to the city council about what you think they should do in lieu of those criteria.
Vice Chair Murphy.
Yeah, I think Allison is partly right on that we should be looking to that. But in fact, the way the code is drafted, sub E says that criteria is used to determine what is added to the final docket. And that is a function performed by city council. And we've talked about this before, I think either formally or informally, but if you look at the criteria, for example, B2, the city can provide the resources, including staff, et cetera. That's not a decision that either staff makes or that we make. That's a decision the city council makes. And, you know, sub 3, is there an ongoing work program? By the time this gets to the council, is there an ongoing work program that this fits into? So while I agree with Allison that we should be mindful of these, I agree with Carolyn that these are not criteria that bind our hands when we consider this. I think Dan Thompson's point was well taken, and that is that, you know, we should be passing things that are of concern or good ideas forward. And if the council wants to cut some of those out, it's up to them. They have the final say. But I don't think we should consider ourselves bound by this criteria or our hands tied in moving things forward that we think might make sense to consider.
All right, I'm gonna take a couple more, give everyone one more chance to have comments, and then I'd like to actually get to the substance of the discussion. So Kate, if you want to go, and then Victor, and then any others that haven't spoken.
I understand what Carolyn and the vice chair are saying, Commissioner Boatsman and the vice chair are saying. I'm concerned about a subjective process. And if we aren't going to use the criteria, or we're just going to look at them as like kind of sort of, what criteria are we going to use to decide whether something is good or bad? Because that is a value judgment. And, you know, I think if I'm understanding, they're saying that that value judgment belongs with the council, not with the commission. But I find this conversation to be a little bit circular, and I'm worried about subjectivity, and I'll leave it at that. And I would request that if we're not going to lean on E solely, the docketing criteria, that there would be proposed some sort of lens through which we would be deciding whether something is worthy or unworthy to move forward, because I don't know what that is without written criteria.
Victor?
Yeah, I'll just point out that up till a few hours ago, there was a town center upzone on our docket agenda. And so as far as I'm concerned, any discussion about staff and staff capacity really holds no water with me.
Carolyn?
Responding to Kate, in terms of concern about, you know, not having criteria to work with. If it's a code amendment and it comes under 1915-250, Planning Commission is not even specified to have a role. It only says that, you know, items that are suggested shall be docketed, and that the city may approve with modifications under several criteria, and it's a city council role. You know, if they want to assign that to us, but, you know, ooh, that's all.
Okay, with that, Allison, do you want to walk us through each of the items? And as we go through each item, we're going to take a vote on whether or not it should be added to the recommended final docket for the council. Carolyn, you have your hand up.
Before we get into this phase of our work, could we take a brief break?
Oh yeah, it's thank you for noticing the time. Yeah, let's do that. It is 7:38. Would 12 minutes coming back at 8:50 be adequate?
7:50?
Yeah.
7:50. Yeah. Great.
Great.
Thank you.
We will recess for 12 minutes and re-adjourn at 7:50. Thank you very much. All right, it is 7:50. It looks like everybody has returned. Just doing a head count. I think my math is correct. Allison, thank you for allowing us that break. If you would like to start us off with item number 1.
All right.
Sorry, 1 second. Carolyn, you have your hand up.
Yeah, according to the code, the planning commission can recommend docket items as well. And so I would like to know when in our process I can actually propose to my fellow commissioners another docket item.
Let's go through the ones that have been submitted, and at the end we'll call for any additional.
Okay.
All right, I'm just going to move past this decision process slide because I think Chair Hubble already discussed that. All right, so here's the summary. You have the more detailed.
I need to read that one, actually. Could you go back for a moment, please?
Okay, so the idea is that we'll do one round and see if there's consensus to move any of the items directly to the recommended docket. And for anything that there's not consensus, we'll come back for further discussion. And then after that discussion, take a vote for each item to see if it should be moved to the docket. And at the end, we'll take a motion and roll call vote on the final list of items that you would like to recommend.
Carolyn?
I don't agree with this procedure because we're not considering what are the criteria we're using. We're not discussing that in this procedure. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's transparent. I think we should look at each item and talk about, okay, which criteria relate to this particular item, and take a vote on it.
Allison, am I missing something from what she just said? Because I thought that's exactly what is presented here. We're going to go through each item.
Yep.
We're going to
go
have an
through
opportunity
one by
to.
one. I will provide a summary of what each item is and what the staff comments were on each item.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I misunderstood.
Okay, are we ready to proceed? All right, this is the summary list. You all had this in your packet of all the items that were proposed. I'm going to go through the first 8 one by one here and provide you a high-level overview. If there's, I think, questions about what the content of the proposal is, we could take those at this time. I think we'll try to hold off on detailed discussion at this point. We'll see if there's consensus on the item to move it onto the docket. If there's not, if anyone would like to discuss it further, we'll come back to that after we go through the first round.
Victor.
So, Dan, is this the right time for me to make my statement?
In what regard?
The beach club one that we exchanged email on.
Yeah, yes. If we're going to start with, if Allison's going to start with number 1, then yes.
Okay, great. So before we get into the beach club discussion, I wanted to disclose to the commission as well as the public that I'm a member of the Mercer Island Beach Club. I've been a member of the Mercer Island Beach Club since 2005. My wife served on the board from 2012 to 2015. I don't stand to incur a financial gain or loss or any benefit in any way from the Planning Commission's actions related to the docket item number 1 being proposed by the Mercer Island Beach Club, nor will my judgment be impaired as a result of my membership with the Mercer Island Beach Club. I'd like that entered into the record. Deb, do you want me to send that to you? Is Deb still with us?
Yeah.
I'm still with you. I'm sorry, but there's something over my mute button. If you would, please, that would be very helpful. Thank
Great.
you.
And Kate, did you have anything similar, or do you have a different question?
Oh, I thought we were starting the discussion of the item.
We're going to start with Allison giving us a quick overview beyond
Oh, I
what.
thought that was the overview. Okay.
Just give me 30 seconds and then we'll be there. Okay, so this item was proposed by the Mercer Island Beach Club. It would amend Table B in Section 1913-040 of the code. There's currently a little footnote in this table that says uses that are not listed are not allowed. And so they're looking to add something to that footnote that would allow certain types of private clubs and residential communities to use the shoreline conditional use permit process for the redevelopment of mortgage facilities and related swimming facilities and that kind of thing. The staff have reviewed this proposal as well as the proposed work that the Beach Club would like to do on their mortgage facility. And we support this in concept. It corrects some inconsistencies with state regulations and seems like a good thing to do. We rated it as a medium priority because we do think it's something that's worth doing. It just wasn't as high on our list as some of the things that are already on our work plan that we know would be very time consuming.
Thank you, Allison. So what the way we'll do this, as we mentioned in the 2 rounds, I'll give everybody one opportunity to speak to this and how they feel it meets the criteria, and we'll do a quick thumbs up, thumbs down if there's concurrence, unanimous concurrence amongst the group that that we feel that it meets the criteria to be moved to the recommended final docket, then we will do that and we will move on. If there is not consensus at that point, we will come back to this to continue the conversation. Commissioner Ekus.
Hi, thanks. I am in favor of moving this item forward to the final docket. And the reason being, I'm very familiar with the RPA program. That's a NOAA fisheries program. I really appreciate how well thought out the proposal is. I appreciate that they've consulted with NOAA and WDFW, and I wholeheartedly agree that the proposal, their plans that they're proposing would be a major improvement to the environment. I'm very concerned about leaving it. As shared with us by the Beach Club, there are a lot of dilapidated structures. They're creosote pilings. They're entering pollution into the water actively. They're looking to move structures away from the shoreline, which is a benefit to migrating juvenile salmonids. And I think they're, and then the one thing I wanted to add though was the docket request language. You know, I don't think it is perfect. I think there's a really simple solution here, which is that because I wouldn't want to open the door for other uses with their language they have proposed there. There's a use called marina already in the state and county shorelines codes, and I think it would be very simple just to add marina, and then the council would have to debate whether they wanted to have that be a grandfather clause or just apply to marinas generally. That's all I'll say for now.
Commissioner Boatsman.
Yeah, I'm in favor of recommending this for the final docket. I don't think there are any criteria in the code for the Planning Commission to use in order to evaluate whether this should be recommended, but that's all right. The city council has has criteria they can use as to whether to put it on the final docket. It's I think it's a really important code amendment that will allow this improvement to this very important facility and other facilities to go forward. And it appears that our code has perhaps an unintended blockage to this type of work. So I appreciate the Mercer Island Beach Club bringing this forward. It will help them and others as well.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Murphy.
I recommend pushing this forward as well for the reasons that Kate described and as were quite clearly laid out in their proposal. This is correcting something that is maybe unintended. It probably could have been processed as is, but given where staff was at, this is a simple rifle shot to correct a problem, and it should be pushed forward, frankly, as quickly as possible, so that these type of improvements can be done expeditiously.
Thank you, Commissioner Regum.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think the actual text proposed is a little overly long. Perhaps there's something talking about like combinations of rows in table B, or existing uses that want to improve their design. But yeah, I think we're improving safety, we're improving usability for people, and it's improving the environment. So I'm in favor of this one being advanced.
Okay. Commissioner Rashish.
I support for all the reasons that have been outlined previously. I'll note that this not only benefits the beach club, but also we've also heard from the Shore Club as well as Covenant Shores. I'm in support of this. I'm a bit baffled by the prioritization, and I share Vice Chair Murphy's view that this be prioritized.
Excellent. Commissioner Curry, do you have any comments before we just take a quick up and down thumbs up?
I'll save all of you. No, I don't. I just concur. So.
Excellent. So with that, if I can just get a show of hands, if you are in favor based on the criteria before us to advance this to the proposed final docket for the council. Okay, so Allison, we have unanimity on that. Is that a right word?
I think so.
Concurrence.
Yeah.
On that. So we will not come back and revisit this. We will move it forward to the proposal to the council.
All right, I've marked that down. So we'll move to proposed amendment 2. This is the first of 5 from Daniel Thompson. It proposes an amendment to the residential development standards in 1902 related to the gross floor area. It would reduce the ceiling height from 12 to 10 feet for when it starts to be counted at a higher percentage of gross floor area space. This might not make a lot of sense. If I'm happy to go into a little more, but basically this would apply to like when houses have a vaulted ceiling or a foyer that is 2 stories, those kind of spaces would be counted as 150% in the gross floor area calculation to account for that really high ceiling height. And the staff comment on this was just that the same proposal has been reviewed the last 2 years, and in both cases, the city council decided not to docket it. We've put this as a low priority, primarily because the city is planning to take up an analysis of this whole code section in the coming year.
Commissioner Boatsman, you were first.
Okay, I think Dan is raising an important issue that should be examined. And as far as the specifics of the matter itself, it was very clearly stated when the code was last updated that one of the goals was to reduce the massing, the bulk of homes in residential neighborhoods, to preserve neighborhood character. And in addition to removing a lot coverage deviation and reducing that was making lot coverage somewhat larger than the rest of the code intended, and also reducing gross floor area. This limitation on the height of ceilings, at which point the floor you're walking on would count as 150%. And then if the ceiling is 25 feet tall, it counts as 200%. It really has a very profound effect on shrinking just the bulk of the house that you see when you walk by the house. Because the builder is forced to either sacrifice gross floor area or ceiling height. And they usually choose to have more gross floor area. And then you get a bit of a shrinking of the house. It's one of the reasons why some of the newer houses now that have been built under the new code do look smaller. So it's been pretty effective. However, setting this limit at 12 instead of 10 feet, you know, was a kind of a trick added at the end to kind of, you know, go against the effort that was being made to make houses look smaller. So I think it's an important thing to look at. Again, we're not deciding, you know, yes or no on these things. We're just deciding is an issue worth carrying forward, and I think it is an important one. And then in response to what Allison said, this same proposal has been made for the last 2 years. Yes, the last 2 years, they've always been rejected because it's been stated, we're going to be working on the residential design standards. So under that criteria, which you see in E, the one that said that I'm appealing, the one that I'm proposing be deleted as my docket item, is the one that was used to deny this item. It was, this may be more appropriately addressed by an ongoing work program. Well, again, if there was an ongoing work program, hey, great, fold it in. So that's nice, but there was no ongoing work program. So again, Dan has been skunked on this twice already, and I don't think he should be skunked again.
Vice Chair Murphy.
Yeah, I'm going to make kind of the same comment I made last year when this came up, and that is that this is a code change in search of a problem. And I listened carefully to Dan. I've read his materials, and he talks about the history of this, but he doesn't talk about why this is or why this is a good idea. And Carolyn's concern about massing and size, what protects us from these big houses are height limits and gross floor areas. But the use of clear stories has architectural features in houses, especially one-story houses like mine, is really a great way to improve the character of the building, to allow natural light to come in. And when you start to punish people for doing that, you know, we get more houses that just don't look like anything. So I think this is just a bad idea. And I don't think that there's a real problem here that's been identified that's worthy of attention.
Okay, and I'm gonna, sorry, Kate, I'm gonna go right in front of you quickly in that I had this conversation with Allison yesterday. As a reminder, you don't necessarily have to be in favor of something to recognize that it merits further discussion in order to come to a conclusion, or that you feel that it's a that it meets the criteria that should advance it through. Whether you agree or not may or may not be relevant to be germane to whether or not it meets the criteria to be moved forward. So that's just something I wanted to reiterate to everyone. But I also note Mike's opinion on this for the last several years. Kate?
Sorry,
There
I'm
you go.
having that annoying mute off, mute on problem. Yeah, I'm wondering degree of importance here. What is the difference between 12 and 10 feet? Carolyn's example was 25 feet, and that does seem different to me. I do agree with Vice Chair Murphy that the issue of size is already covered by height limits and gross floor area. But I'm not saying that because I don't know if 12 feet or 10 feet is a substantial difference. I think for me, the decision here, or the main criteria to me is there an ongoing process or not? Because hearing from staff, it wouldn't make a difference in terms of when these items, and I'm going to say this is for 2 through 6, it really wouldn't make a difference in terms of timing of when they were addressed, whether they were moved forward on this comp plan docket, or whether our recommendation here was to roll them into an ongoing project. From my read, the residential development standards analysis, item 2 in the staff's work program, I read that as an ongoing project, but I think we should have a debate about whether or not that is an ongoing project, because if it is, then my opinion is that this should be rolled into that and let that process decide the merits of items 2 through 6. And I would handle that whole cloth. That would be something I would propose. But if this group does not agree that residential development standards analysis is an ongoing project, then I think we need to debate these closely item by item for 2 through 6. Either way, I think we should recommend they move forward. It's just what process do we move them forward by?
Great. Jeff, I saw you jumped in there. Did you have a response to Kate before I move to Adam?
I do, maybe to try and help expedite the part of the conversation about the RDS. The RDS was and continues to be on the city's work program. It was part of this biennial budget and work program. As Allison mentioned earlier, she didn't quite get her numbers right. We had a 75% staff turnover in a very short period of time in the planning division. There were of 4 budgeted positions, 3 of them turned over and required recruitments and new hires to come in. So prior to that occurring earlier in 2022, we were able to start some background and scoping work for the RDS. Unfortunately, though, as now has been mentioned a couple times in this meeting, that came to a grinding halt with the personnel turnover and replacement that occurred. So it is a project that is active, will be active. I would just simply encourage the commission as you move through these residential code related amendments, if similar as what you just did for item 1, if you are compelled as a group or as a majority at least to move these forward to the docket, I would recommend you correspondingly act that way and then include that in your recommendation for each item. Thank you.
Commissioner Regan?
Yeah, I like this one. I think based on the research I did, it seems like 10 feet is kind of a standard ceiling height. And I'm not going to repeat what Commissioner Boatsman said about avoiding massing, but I also see that this removes an incentive for getting rid of existing housing stock. So I see that does tie directly into some of those documents we've already been asked to read as part of the comprehensive plan. This is kind of 20, you're getting 20% volume for free here beyond what is a residential building standard. So I think this is, I support this one. I also think as to the issue of let's just roll these into an existing project, I think it's important to perhaps for the council, for the commission to look at these individually, right? These are brought up by residents of Mercer Island, specific issues that they believe they've put the time into saying that this is important enough to me that I'm going to invest time in it. So, you know, if you talk about, oh, residential development standards as a whole, you know, mass, maybe that's not important, but I think this helps identify, hey, these are some specific areas of this massive amount of building regulations. These are some specific areas that are important to residents of the island. So, yeah.
Victor.
I support for the reasons that Chair Hubble and Commissioner Boatsman outlined. Won't go into it, but I share those views. As far as the question as to whether there's an ongoing program or not, I think the fact that we're here yet again is the answer to that question.
Kate, I know you had comments already. Was there just something else that you missed that you wanted to add, or?
Yeah, at the risk of cross-talking, I just wanted to clarify that I don't disagree what Commissioner Regub is saying. And just to clarify what I was proposing wasn't that we shelve these specific items and say this will be dealt with in the residential code. My proposal would be that we ask council to direct staff to include each one of these items in their, specifically in their work program. And in that way, I think it's just an efficiency thing and putting things where they belong, but they're also directing them. Citizens brought these up, and I agree with you 100%. We should pay attention to things residents come up, put up, especially if they've put a lot of thought into it. So I just want to clarify that with Commissioner Regub.
Yeah, and at the risk of coming at this at the end, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on the one area where we have sort of not suggested these in the past due to the work programming. I would say one of the criteria in the criteria is whether or not situations have changed that would have necessitated bringing this back before the commission. And I would say that certainly the resource issues that the staff had last year would be something I would put in the category of a change in situation that makes us reconsider these. For the last 2 years, we've said that we were planning on having this review done by this point already, and knowing I have always fully supported the further conversation of this, and at the time felt that that was the right decision to include it in that. But to the points that have already been made, it may warrant pushing these onto the docket, if for no other reason, to ensure their review in this year, whether or not we actually get to a full review of the RDS, which was the original intent. And I still support the decisions that were made the last couple of years, but we have now run out that clock in my mind. So that's sort of my commentary there. So with that, we can come back to this and have further conversation, unless I have 7 in agreement that we should move this forward. So I'll ask for thumbs, and if you're not in agreement, that's fine. It just means we're going to come back and have a little further discussion on it. So do I have 7 people saying yes? It looks like I have 2 that are not raising their hands. So we'll come back and have further discussion and a final vote on this.
Okay, I've got that. And moving to item 3, also from Daniel Thompson, and also part of the residential development standards. This also pertains to gross floor area. However, this is related to exterior covered decks, and it would include covered decks or covered porches on the first level in the calculation of gross floor area. I won't repeat the staff comments because they're the same as what I previously said.
Okay, Carolyn?
Yeah, I think this is a a very debatable issue, something that should be considered. Certainly if the goal was to foster houses that appear smaller in terms of bulk, when you have exterior decks and you don't count that gross floor area, it really adds to the bulk of the house. And the only difference between that deck and any other part of the house is it's missing a window. So I don't think we have any criteria to make these decisions, but I think it's one that's worth consideration with an evaluation of residential design standards. So I would vote to move it forward.
Okay, Vice Chair Murphy.
Yeah, I think this falls into that category of debatable items that may be worth pushing forward, but I would note that exterior covered decks do count against the impervious surface limit. So they're already pretty heavily considered in the design process. So I'm not sure that this really adds anything to that process. We get much more bang for buck with them treated as impervious surface.
Adam.
I think this is a good one. Also because of the massing topic. Maybe the exact proposal is not ideal. Maybe there's something like, I see a lot of proposed designs in existing houses where that second floor, basically is the covering of the deck. Maybe there's something to do with like a deck that is outside of the exterior wall of all stories of the house. Maybe that's a cleaner way. But I think, yeah, in terms of avoiding massing and kind of big boxy houses with a hole in it to save space, I think this is one worth examining in more depth and moving forward.
Kate.
Yeah, I agree with Vice Chair Murphy that the cover decks are currently handled appropriately as impervious surface. I look at this from a stormwater perspective. From the massing standpoint, I don't agree that they should be gross floor area because a big open hole is not the same as a wall. It's just not. And, wind's blowing through there. And then additionally, part of the gross floor area calculation versus whether it's just impervious surface, to me, it has to do with heat impact and the amount of home that you're heating and the energy and everything that goes into a home on the indoors that doesn't apply to an open deck. So I do think that it is a different category, and I think that the way it's handled in the code currently makes sense. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, show a raise of your hand or thumb if you believe this meets the criteria to move forward to the proposed final docket to the City Council. Otherwise, we'll come back and discuss more.
I have my hand up, Dan. Maybe you didn't see it.
I'm sorry. I thought that was your original hand, Carolyn.
Oh, I hope that I didn't leave that on there. I have one quick question about our procedure. Is this allowing each person to speak once and then taking a vote and then coming back if we're not?
Correct.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, then I've already spoken once, so I will await if possible.
So you just turned your hand on. I think that's what happened. You had left it on previously. Okay, so do I have 7 to move this forward? If not, we'll bring it back. Okay, all right. I only have 5, so we'll come back and revisit this. At the risk of belaboring this, I have a feeling we're going to have the same result for the next 3. So I'm wondering if we should actually just do final deliberations and final votes on these at the beginning. I can go through 4, 5, and 6 quickly, but I have the sense we're going to come back to talk about all of these anyway. So Commissioner Boatsman what is
So,
your comment?
I think I'd like to tie back to something you said, Dan, earlier, and even if we were to use, section E and look at those criteria in making a decision, we really aren't called upon to decide whether this is or is not a good code amendment. It's just, does it raise issues that might be rather complicated, that might improve the code to explore. And so I think all of these, come under that category. We could continue to debate the value of this and compare it to impervious surface and so on and so forth. But I guess I sort of feel we should be a little more high level than that. And
Well, I have phrased the question every time around, do we feel this meets the criteria to be moved forward or not?
Yeah.
Others have added their opinion on some of the details, which is also fine. I think you also made the statement earlier, we should have a little bit of substance in the conversation beyond just the 4 bullet points, which I would also agree with. We need to look at it all in context. So I'm going to look to the group because I want to be conscious of time and I want to make the best use of our time. Do we need to do an initial round on 4, 5, and 6, or do I have people that aren't in favor of moving this forward and we need to just have protracted conversation about each? And if so, let's just start back at the beginning and dig into it. Kate?
Yeah, my prep for this was looking at the docketing criteria, and for me, most of these for criteria 3 and 4, I guess 3 more particularly is it an ongoing work program item or not? And I'm hearing staff tell us it is an ongoing work program item. So I find the conversation a little confusing, although I know there's some history that some of you are more intimately familiar with. And it makes a difference for me, I guess, in terms of how we recommend moving things forward to the docket, whether or not it is going to the docket or going into consideration for the working through the residential development standards analysis, because I suspect there's going to be a prioritization in that process. And some of these I could support moving forward to the final docket here, but there's some that I really don't think meet criteria 4, which is not super subjective. I don't think they've demonstrated how they meet comp plan goals. So, I think we all might have just a lack of agreement on what our decision criteria to move to the docket or to recommend going into an ongoing thing. So it might make sense to just kind of get a show of hands about how many people want whatever moves forward to be on the final docket. And then if that's the case, like for me, if they're all going on the final docket, I'd want to debate them one by one.
Yeah, I would plan and suggest that we go one by one as well. I would say that the criteria that are in our packet, the 4 items that are there, are the criteria that we have used for years. There's no lack of clarity that I have around what the criteria are for what should be on a docket or not. I recognize that there are members of the commission that have a challenge to that, and that's their their liberty and position on the council or the commission to question that, which I think is great. But we have a process that's been in place for several years that we've used. It's the criteria that are in front of us. So I do not have any question as to what criteria I'm using to evaluate this. So I think that goes to answer the first question. The second question, I do know that there are members of the council that are listening. And, I think it's worth making any statements that you have around what they are and how they are prioritizing work. So, we can certainly make that, you can make that heard, because I know that they will hear it. Why don't we, Allison, I know we wanted to go through everything and do a precursor vote on everything, but the reality is at least these 5 from Mr. Thompson, I believe that we don't have unanimous consensus. So why don't we start back at number 1 and have final, item number 2 on our list, which was Mr. Thompson's first, which was the 12 to 10 foot clerestory space. Let's actually just go have our full conversation and take a final vote to move these forward, and we'll take them each one by one based on the criteria before us. Carolyn?
Whether or not the RDS is on the work program, I don't think really should make too much difference as to whether we recommend these for the final docket. If we recommend them for the docket and there is a work program, if there is a work program, we need to recommend them for the final docket in order to get those into the work program. If we don't do that, there's no guarantee whatsoever that these issues will at all come up during a residential design standards review. So if we want them considered in an ongoing project, we need to docket them. If there is no RDS project going to happen soon, then, and if we think it's time that they would be considered after 3 years, then we also need to docket them. That's one point I wanted to make. And then in regards to criteria that we're using, I mean, just because we used them for a couple of years doesn't make them correct. It's very clear here in the code. It says that the city council shall review the preliminary docket based on the criteria in subsection E of this section. The very sentence prior to that, in a separate section, says the planning commission shall review the preliminary docket at a public meeting and make a recommendation on the preliminary docket to the city council each year. There's no reference to us using E. So I don't think we've done that necessarily correctly in the past.
Thank you. And you're at liberty to use your interpretation of the criteria for how you vote. Jeff, I see you had a hand up. Actually, Victor, you had your hand up. Did you want to withdraw that first?
Yeah, I was going to give you an alternate proposal, but I don't think that's productive. So skip.
Okay. Jeff.
Sure, I just quickly offer to the system wrong here. If the commission could quickly go back to number 1 and make a motion and vote on that. I believe there was a consensus on number 1, and then you can move forward with 2 through 8. If we can get a motion and a vote on each one, and then at the end, I would recommend that the ones that had a majority vote along the way, pull those into then a main motion for your recommendation to the council.
Got it. You sounded, at least to me, a little bit like a robot. So let me rephrase what I think you said, which is you'd like us to start back with number 1 and actually do a formal roll call vote on each item. And for the ones that we have unanimous vote, we make sure to transmit information based on whether it was a unanimous vote or a split vote to the council so that they understand where we were at. Is that what I understood that you said?
A main motion at the end if you're able to hear me. No, you can't hear me.
Yeah, you're still a little robotic, but you're saying one full motion and then we'll take individual ones inside of it. Is that what you're? Okay, got it. Kate.
I just want to, in terms of procedure, my understanding is that we can move forward some of the items that we all can come to agreement on, and I can be flexible on some of these that I think are okay to move forward, that I don't have like a major issue with. But then for the others, we can offer an accompanying recommendation to the council to put them on a work program.
That's correct.
And that way, if that work program doesn't go forward, then those ones that we can all come to agreement on, that we don't totally disagree about, so we can split it in two ways. And that's what I would propose to do, because I think we can come to consensus on some of these, but not all of these to put on the docket.
Yep. That's correct. And we've sent accessory opinions in the past on some of these. Carolyn?
I don't quite understand what Kate is proposing. Could you explain that again?
You know, in the past, how we have sent along a transmittal saying, although we don't recommend this being on the plan, we do recommend it being treated like we do think it warrants being evaluated, and here's how we would do that. And we've done that the last couple of years, where we've sent sort of an accessory transmittal with the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so per Jeff's per Jeff's recommendation, what I'm going to ask for is a I guess there's two ways to do this, Jeff. We could take individual votes, right, to basically build a slate and then vote on the full thing, or would you prefer that we get a motion on the table to move all of these amendments forward and then take a vote on each individual one? Because I think that's what you were asking, correct?
That was my recommendation. That voice is trending properly.
I'm still not hearing you clearly. Allison, are you like, which is the way, procedurally from a motion perspective?
Chair Hubble,
Yes.
this is Deb. I don't know if Allison has seen Jeff's email, but excuse me, he was trying to say to start at number 1 and vote on each item individually. Those which receive a majority vote of yes get rolled into a main motion at the end to send to the city council as your recommendation.
Got it. Okay, that's what I was interpreting, but I just wanted to make sure he didn't want the main motion first. So great. So Allison, if you could go. But sorry, Kate.
Sorry, just as a point of procedure here, can we follow up after that and say if there are things that we don't agree to move forward onto the docket, we can add them to an accessory or accompanying recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what Jeff is recommending. We'll take a vote on each item. Then we're going to have a motion that'll say, let's move forward numbers 1 through whatever, 1, 4, 7, 8. And then we can take a motion that says for, the remainder, we'd like to send an accessory statement. So now that we've spent a bunch of time on process, let's go back to number 1 and let's just go through these. So we had unanimous consent here. So can I have a motion? I'm going to just skip past discussion since we've already done that. And we had unanimous view. Can I have a motion to move this forward to the proposed final docket?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Recis. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Regeb. Any other comments? Hearing none. Deb, do you want to call a roll call, or do you want me to just do an audible vote?
An audible vote will work just fine. Thank you.
Great. All of those in favor of moving proposed amendment number 1 to the proposed final docket to the city council, please say aye.
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 I,
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, this amendment will move forward 7-0. Okay, and then Allison, let's move forward number 2.
Planet
So
Angel.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's all right. Item number 2, this is related again to the 12-foot and 10-foot clear-story space related to the RDS standards. We've had one round of conversation. Before we let's get a motion on the table, and then we'll take deliberation. Is there a motion to move amendment number 2 to the proposed final docket?
So moved.
second,
Second.
All right,
Third.
I'll give it. I'll give the motion to Victor and the second to Carolyn. I know there were a few people that were in disagreement with moving this forward. Does anybody have any commentary they'd like to add before we take a vote? Vice Chair Murphy.
And I'd like to make one other point, and that is that this is not targeted very well, because it would have the effect of really adversely impacting one-story homes on small lots. And we have quite a few small lots. And so if this were targeted to larger homes, designed to deal with too much mass, I would be in favor of it. But it really has unintended consequences that need to be carefully thought through before just going from 12 to 10 across the board. And so for that reason, I would say it's not a good idea. It doesn't meet the criteria of identifying a problem and trying to solve it.
Okay, Commissioner Boatswain.
yeah. Forwarding this to the docket will provide an opportunity to look for those unintended consequences that Vice Chair Murphy is concerned about. We'll find out if there is an undue impact on single-story homes, or if that's a significant issue, and what the benefits would be. So, yeah, it's a complicated issue, but I think it'd be worth exploring.
Okay, Commissioner Ekus.
This is one that I agree with Carolyn that it's kind of unclear to me what difference it would make. And I'm hearing Vice Chair Murphy on the unintended consequences. I think all of these potentially have unintended consequences. There are a few that have such glaringly obvious to me unintended consequences that I couldn't give a no on, but this is one I could go to a yes on.
Commissioner Rishis.
Just adding to what Commissioner Boatsman said, or I guess in response to Vice Chair Murphy's question, in listening to Mr. Thompson's testimony, it seems that the problem that this amendment may be solving was an arbitrary change in the code about, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that he's suggesting gets put back. So I would offer that that's the problem being solved here.
Great. All right, with that, can I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor of moving amendment 2 to the proposed final docket, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? You were on mute there, Mike.
No.
It's a good thing I can read lips a little. Okay, so the motion passes 6-1, Vice Chair Murphy dissenting. Okay, let's go to amendment number 3 related to the covered decks and whether we feel this meets the criteria. Is there any further discussion? I think all the same points are going to be made here on a number of these. Commissioner Boatswain.
Yeah, this covered deck matter, it doesn't really have anything to do with impervious surface coverage. I mean, that's a separate standard, and that there is a hard and fast limit as to how much impervious surface you can cover. But this has to do with what's the overall massing and bulking of the house going to look like. If you have a large covered porch, that's not going to count, and therefore you can build more bulk, more room somewhere else. So it gets away from the goal of the one of the goals of the RDS update last time, which was to shrink the envelope. So I think that people should be able to have some expectations as to what new houses will look like. The code is not just for letting people build things, but it's also for being sensitive to the people who live near the thing that's being built. And so when you have little things like this in there that, gee, I thought the GFA was 45% and the lot coverage was 40%, but this house looks a whole lot bigger than that. This is the kind of thing that kind of makes our code lose some of its integrity. So I would agree with, I think it's a good idea, but again, it's something that's for debate, and I think it makes a good topic.
Victor?
Just point of order, don't we need a motion on the table first before we have the discussion?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. I'm losing it this late in the evening. Do I have a motion to move amendment number 3 forward to the proposed final docket?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Victor, and I'll give the second to Commissioner Curry since he hasn't had an assist yet in this game.
1-1, Carolyn.
Great. Thank you, Victor, for the reminder. Any other comments beyond those that Carolyn provided? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of moving amendment 3 forward to the proposed final docket, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. We will move this forward 5-2. And that was Commissioners, Deb, if you didn't get that, it was Commissioners Acuse and Vice Chair Murphy on the dissent.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, item number 4, we haven't talked about this one yet, but I believe it'll be the same. Allison, did you have any context here that we should consider before putting a motion on the table?
I think the context from the staff perspective is the same. If folks have questions about the content of what's proposed, I'm happy to talk about that for a second. But basically, there's some provisions that allow garages and carports at the very front of a lot in some instances. And this would either eliminate that or change how it works when waterfront lots, they have this option to like flip-flop their front and backyard. So it's trying to get rid of these garages or carports that are super close to the lot line.
Okay, Commissioner Boatsman.
Yeah, question for Allison. I guess I was reading this and studying the code, and I didn't really see where the waterfront lot really pertained to this particular decision. I mean, there's just a provision where you can have carports within 10 feet of the property line. It's possible that whether or not somebody has flipped their front and their backyard at a waterfront lot doesn't really, I think doesn't have to do with this issue. I mean, do
I mean,
we or
that's
do,
what was
do we or
proposed by
do we
Mr.
not want?
Thompson. I
I'm
don't
sorry, go ahead,
know.
go ahead.
I say that was what was proposed by Mr. Thompson. I don't quite know
Right.
what his reasoning was myself, so
Yeah, I thought that maybe he included this in it. I didn't really see the connection. I've really labored over it to try to see the connection, but it seems to me that it's more addressed at some houses that are built on some rather steep slopes. And but again, I don't know why we're allowing carports and garages within 10 feet of the property line. And I think it's a good thing to look into because none of us seem to really quite understand it.
it does come into play on steep slopes because oftentimes it's difficult to make a driveway work in those cases. And so this allows the garage to be like right up next to the street.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so before we get into any discussion any further related to this, is there a motion to move amendment number 4 to the proposed final docket?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Victor and Carolyn. Any additional commentary, Vice Chair Murphy?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the last little discussion there, because my understanding of this from last year was that it's designed to, that code provision is designed to create a mechanism for people who are dealing with a heavily sloped lot to have a garage that is closer to the front, to the property line that would be normally allowed, but would make it feasible to have one. Because we have, one of our goals is to not have people parking on the streets and, people in garages. So, I mean, maybe Allison, you can fill me in more, but that's what my understanding was. So I concur with Carolyn that I don't understand how this relates to waterfront lots.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute that time. Carolyn, sorry, I was trying to recognize you and I had my mic on.
Again, I'm sort of grasping to try to understand this one, but maybe it has to do with how, maybe it would be very difficult if you're on a steep slope to have your garage more than 10 feet because you have to, let's see, how's that work? I guess I just don't understand. No, I'm sorry. I don't understand why it needs to be 10 feet instead of 20. I don't get it.
I mean, I think it sometimes has to do with the driveway because there's limitations on how steep a slope the driveway can be. And so getting that driveway access in and meeting the slope and getting the garage in the place it would be required to be could be difficult to achieve on some steep lots.
Okay, not seeing any other commentary. We have the motion on the table to move amendment 4 forward to the proposed final docket. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
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 And I'm going to vote no as well. So in this case, the motion will fail 3-4 with Curry, Boatsman, and Rashis. I believe you were the 3 that voted aye. Okay.
All right, number 5. again from Mr. Thompson, again related to the residential development standards. This one would limit the gross floor area incentives that apply to ADUs on lots that are 8,400 square feet or smaller. So right now, the code allows a small amount of additional gross floor area for houses that include an ADU to incentivize the building of ADUs. And this proposes to limit that on small lots.
Carolyn?
Yeah,
Oh,
so I think,
sorry,
You-
let
you
me
need a
get a
motion.
motion on the table first. My apologies. Is there a motion to approve amendment number 5, or move amendment number 5 to the proposed final docket?
So moved.
So moved.
I'll give it to Victor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
You gotta be faster than that.
I'm slow. I'm slow.
Great. It's been
Can
moved
we
and
clarify?
seconded. Sorry, Deb.
I'm sorry, I was just going to ask you to clarify who seconded the motion.
Oh, my fault. That was the second was from Commissioner Riggin.
Thank you.
All right, Carolyn, now it's your turn. Thank you.
okay, again, I'm in favor of incentives for ADUs when the lot is rather small. This one kicks in at 10,000 square feet, so the gross floor area you're allowed is 40%. So at a 10,000 square foot lot, you're building a 4,000 square foot house if you want to. And a house that big doesn't need an incentive to use a little chunk of that for an ADU. But if the lot is 8,400 square feet, which there are, I can't remember, let's see. Then you're talking about, a smaller house, and maybe then an incentive is justified. So I think that's a good thing to look into. Figure out where those limits should be.
Adam?
Yeah, I think this is a good one to move forward too. Part of my research homework looking at this was looking at some building plans, and I saw a specific house proposed in an area that I walk by. It had a guest suite on the ground floor and an ADU up top. And in my personal opinion, it's kind of gaming the system to allow more square footage in a 3,400 square foot house. I agree with Commissioner Boatsman that, yeah, when you have a smaller house, there's certain, minimum sizes, right? For a kitchen, for stairs, for doors that have a bigger impact on a smaller house. I think, yes, I think to have the intent to encourage ADUs, not gaming the system, as well as to encourage maintenance, retention of existing housing stock. I think this is a good one to move forward and look into in more depth.
Kate?
Hi. So I'm a little bit concerned about some of the debate and comments on this topic because I feel like we are going to be facing some really difficult choices in the future with House Bill 1220. I think some of the speculation on that is a little bit myopic. We don't always have home rule on every law. And I find it hard to believe that either the state or the county won't prevail to some extent in forcing Mercer Island to comply with some of House Bill 1220. When we first allowed for ADUs, there was a big rush and then it stopped. We need more affordable housing, and ADUs and DADUs are much more affordable than apartments. We have a 1-bedroom on Mercer Island is now $3,500 at the Mercer. That's insane. That's an insane rent for a 1-bedroom. So I think that we need to really I think we need to incentivize because the numbers are telling us that that original burst to get them tapped out. And now people aren't doing it as much. The rate of applications is lower. So I think it's a really good potential. And I think Mayor Neese has said he really wants to focus on ADUs. rather than looking at duplexes in single family housing zones. So I'm pretty strongly opposed to this item.
Okay. Any other comments, Commissioner Boatsman? I'll give you the last word.
Well, so again, another thing to add to the conversation, again, that this is another one of those things that Dan has gathered them all in a kind of a collection here that went against what had been accomplished to shrink the envelope and make the houses less bulky. This was another one that went in the opposite direction. So I think that's something to be considered as well. And it doesn't disallow ADUs or make them any harder. It just doesn't provide an incentive for a really large house. Thanks.
The only question I would have, and I know that either Allison or Jeff, you're not going to have this at the tip of your fingers, which is how many lots on the island actually fall under this threshold. My guess is that it's probably a pretty small percentage, knowing that our minimum lot sizes are typically 9,000 square feet or larger.
We have
I
a
think
zone that's R8.4, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many lots that applies to, but it is a fairly significant part of the island, maybe 20% if I was to guess.
Yeah, or you could read that to be the other way, which is it's not that significant if it's only 20%, where we would be allowing, not that ADUs wouldn't be allowed anywhere, but where we would be at least providing some incentive. So, Kate?
I'm having a thought that's not fully baked here, so I'm not even sure that I should say it, but I know a lot of families whose parents have passed recently on the island, and they're having to sell the property because they're in that house rich, cash poor, they can barely pay the estate taxes type of situation. So, I mean, I don't think we want to, I think we want to encourage people to consider ADUs, and that could be, this could push people into that rather than just selling off the lot. I think one of the things that makes our community rich is the stability. So many people, when they come to speak, say I've been on the island since 1960s, and I think it's a little bit tangential, but I just wanted to share that.
Okay, I'll just add, please consider the criteria before us of whether or not this warrants further conversation or not. I would argue that that it does, and since I know that the mayor at least appears to be listening right now, I will also add that this is a great way for us to consider parlaying this with another need that we have on the island, which is short-term housing, specifically hoteling space or Airbnb style stuff. And we need to prepare, the city needs to put some sort of code forward in order to manage that in a better way. And ADUs are a great way to provide that service to the city. I know that's not necessarily connected, but it is in the sense that that is a similar primary use of these ADUs beyond just housing, and it is something that we should think about. With that, I think it does warrant more conversation around whether or not the appropriateness of this. So with that, can I have a voice vote of those in favor of moving Amendment 5 to the proposed final docket?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
Okay, I didn't hear anything from you, Carolyn. Did you say aye? You said yes. Okay, you're smiling, so I assume you said yes.
Yes, yes.
All right. So with that, Deputy City Clerk, I noticed you changed your title. It threw me off earlier. But Deb, we had 6-1 with Commissioner Ekus dissenting.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for the confusion. I was encouraged to change it, so I did.
That's right. I was like, wait, which one is it?
I'm both.
Yeah. Great. Fantastic. Allison, if we can move to number 6.
All right. One more from Mr. Thompson on residential development standards, and this one relates to the required parking. It would reduce the threshold for when only two parking spaces are required from 3,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet. So for most houses constructed in Mercer Island, 3 spaces are required, but if it's smaller than a 3,000 square foot house, then only 2 are required. He's saying the threshold should instead be 2,000 square feet.
So I apologize, Allison. Can you say that again? So the current regulation says that you're only required 2 parking spaces if you're 3,000 square feet or less.
Correct.
And the proposal is then for 2,000 square feet or less, only 2, and you'd need a 3rd space above that.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion on the table to move amendment number 6 to the proposed final docket?
So moved.
I'm going to give it to Adam this time.
Ah!
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Regev, been seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Any commentary, Commissioner Boatsman?
Well, a 3,000 square foot house is a pretty good sized house. So I don't really quite see why to kick in the change parking requirement at that size of house. Yeah, 2,000 is, okay, that's getting to be a little tight. So typically people living in a 3,000 square foot house probably have one of their covered spaces full of gear and stuff, garbage cans and recycling bins or whatever. And maybe they can fit a car in the other one and someplace to park uncovered. But I think setting this at the 3,000 square foot level creates situations where we have cars parked in the city right of way and making it hard for pedestrians to get around and making our neighborhoods look not very welcoming and attractive.
Adam?
Beyond just not looking welcoming and attractive, I think it's a safety and environmental issue. I think if a car is leaking oil, it ought to be leaking oil on a concrete pad in a covered area outside of the rain. Also, I think we were discussing in a previous meeting, cars parked on the road, that's a pedestrian safety issue. So I see this as improving safety, improving environmental protection in the city. So I think this is a good one to move forward.
Kate?
I just disagree with this. Seems like to need 3 parking spaces. We're moving to transit. We're trying to encourage people to find last mile solutions. We're trying to encourage ourselves to find last mile solutions. I think the street parking issue is more of an issue of where do we need to prioritize sidewalks. And I find this discussion a little bit curious because wanting more garage just seems totally antithetical to the idea of reducing massing wherever possible. I don't see why you need more than 2 cars, in that with that 2,000 foot threshold. We've got a 3,500 square foot house and 6 potential drivers, a few more coming down the pike. I don't know. It seems goofy to me. I think that street issue needs to be addressed through a transportation plan, not through making that 2,000 square foot unit have a 3-car garage. I think it's in the wrong. I don't think it's ill intended if it's meant to address street safety, but I think this is the wrong place to address it.
Adam?
I just want to clarify, it's not making I want to clarify my understanding of it. It's not making a 2,001 square foot house have a 3-car garage. It's making it have a 2-car garage and 1 space that's uncovered. Am I correct in that interpretation of it?
No, it would. it would mean that a 2,000 square foot lot would have to have a total of 3 parking spaces. 2 of those would be covered and
Yeah.
1 would be uncovered.
Right.
But the net effect
Yeah, but
is
so
the
not a-
same.
Yeah,
It's
not a
2,000
3-car
square foot
garage.
lot. It's not a 2,000, it's a 2,000 square foot house. not a
Sorry,
lot.
my apologies. You're right. Yes.
But so a 2,001 square foot house would now need a 2-car garage and a space to park a 3rd car, not a 3-car garage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And there's nothing that says that the market, if these are minimums, right? They're not maximums. So the market
Right.
frankly dictates more than this. I'm not to parlay
Yeah.
Vice Chair Murphy's phrase earlier. I think this is a proposal in search of a problem because the market is definitely building more than these minimums today. So, Carolyn.
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. Any other commentary before we take a vote? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving amendment number 6 to the proposed final docket, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm
Those opposed,
No.
and I'm also a no. So that motion fails. Sorry, the motion moves forward 5-2 with Commissioner Acuse and myself dissenting.
All right, number 7, we've completed Mr. Thompson's proposals and we're moving on to Commissioner Murphy's proposal. So I think he gave a pretty good overview of this during his remarks earlier in the meeting. The specific proposal is to repeal the regulations related to piped water courses.
Okay, before we, oh, go ahead, Allison.
I was just going to say this, the staff comments on this were essentially that it's a pretty large project and would consider some substantial time to review, and we rated it as a low priority.
Okay, before we get to discussion, if I could get a motion on the table to move amendment number 7 to
So moved.
the. Thank
Second.
you.
Second.
And moved and seconded by who was that, Commissioner Curry?
Carolyn, me.
Oh, Curry, 2-1, Carolyn.
Oh, sorry.
I heard Commissioner Curry's voice first. My apologies.
Okay,
So,
good.
great. Moved by Commissioner Rashish and seconded by Commissioner Curry. Carolyn, you have your first hand for commentary.
Well, yeah, I think this is it's definitely an area that should be I think it's an area that should be looked into. When we look at other cities around us, they've got quite different regulations regarding this sort of thing. Mike raises some very good questions. The only thing that I'm wondering about is if we recommended to docket this, I mean, the city council has all the authority about deciding when to work on it. I don't consider that by recommending it, that we're saying when it should be worked on. The reason I'm interested in when, because I don't think, even though a lot of people are affected by this situation, don't seem to be a lot of complaints coming in of people saying, hey, this is really bothering me and it's hanging me up. So I think it's a good topic, but I would myself not be in such a hurry to see it handled, and the council could decide, when they would want to handle it.
Victor?
So my experience has been different than Carolyn. Someone, a friend of mine reached out. They did run into this issue. I think, going back to our criteria, it's certainly worth a discussion and worth consideration. And I think Vice Chair Murphy's laid out a good argument, and it seems to affect a lot of islanders, and so I'm in support of this.
Kate?
Hi, yeah, I'm struggling with some of the discrepancies it does seem like an issue that could potentially affect a lot of people. I'm struggling with the differences of opinion between staff and Vice Chair Murphy. I'm also in the my professional life in the business of unbuilding infrastructure and acquiring infrastructure that is problematic either from a environmental or flood control capacity. So I don't necessarily hold the view that every driveway where it is currently is permanent. Part of the RPA and some of the other things related to that dock issue we were discussing earlier, incentivize neighbors to, when they need to repair, join docks and have one instead of two. I think we're going to see a lot of changes coming down the pike as things become a lot more expensive. So particularly the volume, so I had a couple questions for staff really, which is, are these piped water courses, are any of them prior fish-bearing streams? Because there's a lot of money, a lot of infrastructure money going into daylighting. So that was very confusing to me between reading Mr. Murphy's proposal and the staff analysis. If there's potential for restoration for habitat and making this claim would eliminate that future potential, or making this change would eliminate that future potential, that concerns me. That said, if there's no potential for restoration of those waterways, it's less of an issue. So I'd want some clarification on that. And then the second item that was a little confusing to me in the proposal was related to volume. And this again goes to, is there any potential to restore a natural condition? And you see in Seattle quite a few green infrastructure around sidewalk developments and things like that. And it does change the volume. You have more evaporation, you have more evapotranspiration if you open things up and have them be more natural and have water passing through organic material as opposed to a pipe. It also affects timing of when that water is going in. It also affects groundwater recharge. So I think there's a number of environmental reasons to be concerned about this, but I'd really want to know, I think it is a huge issue. And I'm very concerned about whether or not this would be a priority. Currently, I'm really concerned about how much staff time this would take, because to me, just knowing the environmental laws we have and knowing, debating future conditions, this just seems like a potential for rabbit holing big time for staff. So I guess that long-winded way of saying what I would like to hear both from Mr. Murphy and from staff, like, are any of these potential for future stormwater restoration projects in the future? And are any of these piped water courses, were they previously fish-bearing streams? Those are my two big questions.
I don't know if we know the answer to that right now. I know of several instances where there's an open channel stream that moves into a pipe and then open channel again. They kind of go back and forth as it goes across the course of the stream. Whether or not those once were fish bearing, I don't know. Excuse me. I think that would need more analysis.
Yeah, there's one answer I have here, Kate, which is there's clearly enough, like if we feel like it meets the criteria, there's clearly enough need to have further conversation that it warrants further conversation. So the question is really, do we feel like the criteria are met to warrant all of this further conversation to dig into the questions that you have? Carolyn?
Yeah, I think there's reason to look into this further. I just want to clarify that my reading of the code is that there is potential for restoration of streams, and my main interest or concern is the 45-foot setback. It seems like it's an incentive setback. It's quite unusual. It doesn't seem to protect the water that's in the pipe, but it is an incentive to daylight, because if they daylight, they get a much smaller, they move from a setback to a buffer of 15 feet. So I think that's something that's, kind of really worth looking at for a lot of people. I don't consider these water courses to be storm mains. They're streams. They're in pipes sometimes, and sometimes they're not in pipes. And I would love to see to see some of these daylighted. Kirkland, Mike pointed out that Kirkland has a rather extensive guidance. Well, their code is written as to how do you go about daylighting and what's required. So something like that could perhaps be very useful to us. So I'm concerned about the outcome, but I think it's worth looking at.
Okay. Vice Chair Murphy, did you have anything else you wanted to add beyond your commentary earlier?
No, not really. Just in response to Kate's comments and Carolyn, when you look at these maps and all these specific areas, we're not, for the most part, not dealing with streams. In fact, none of these areas include salmon bearing streams. We just don't have any. And the habitat opportunities would be so attenuated, and they'd be going through drainage ditches along West Mercer Way and East Mercer Way. I mean, it's not really meaningful, I think, that we're going to find out to discuss it in those terms. But I agree with you, it's worth taking a look at in the process, but I don't think it's quite as monumental a task as it might be portrayed.
I'll just offer, I'm again looking at the criteria here, and I think it on the face, I don't have a view either for or against whether or not this is a good recommendation, but looking at the criteria and hearing the various sides of this, I do think that it meets the criteria and warrants conversation. I will defer to the council as to its priority, should it be moved forward by us to the docket. But it again, looking strictly at the criteria, I do think it warrants further conversation from the team during the year. Carolyn, you have one last comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, when I mentioned that, these were streams, that they wouldn't have to be fish bearing in order to be streams. There's categories of streams that aren't fish bearing. So I just want to get back to Mike about that.
Great. Okay. Not seeing any other hands raised, we'll take a vote on the motion to move amendment number 7 to the proposed final docket. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Sorry, Kate, was that an aye or a nay?
That was an aye.
Okay, any opposed? I think I heard all ayes. And with that, the ayes have it. Deb, 7-0. Commissioner Curry, did I hear anything from you?
Yes, sir. You heard an aye.
Okay, thank you. Yes, 7-0, Deb.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to item number 8. Thank you, Allison.
All right, so this is our final item. It was proposed by Commissioner Boatsman. I think she spoke to this fairly in detail already. The proposal is quite simple. It's to remove one of the docketing criteria, the one that relates to issues that can be addressed by an ongoing work program item. Basically, the staff comments boil down to, the city council can already fold proposals into ongoing work items, and they have done that, for example, with several items from the docket last year. So, I don't know how much impact this would have one way or the other. And for that reason, we prioritized it low.
Okay, before I go to your comment, Commissioner Curry, if I can get a motion to move amendment number 8 to the proposed final docket.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Rashish and seconded by Commissioner Boatsman. Okay, Commissioner Curry.
So, sorry, I'm a little confused. If council can already do this and fold the proposals into ongoing work items, does us having this as part of, does us having this in the code, does it kind of play against one another? And that's why we want to remove it? So I'm just a little confused. If it doesn't hurt it to keep it in, then kind of why mess with it? Just saying, because
Yeah.
unless it's being used to block something.
May I address that?
Absolutely do, yes, please. I'm just
Okay.
confused, so.
All right, well, this criteria has been used to deny things from going to the docket. Okay, so I don't see the logic of that at all, because if there is an ongoing work program and somebody comes up with a good idea to include in that work program, why would we want criteria that suggests to deny it? And I've seen the commission deny docket items because of the assumption of an ongoing work program quite a few times. So, you know, I don't think it's a good criteria to deny things on.
Perfect, thank you.
Also, you know, the council can do what it wants, but when it gets the kiss of death from the planning commission, you know, because it didn't meet this criteria, I think that doesn't serve our citizens who are coming forward with good ideas to have this criterion be used to shoot them down.
Victor, if you don't mind, I wanted to just add one piece based on the comment that was just made, if that's okay. I do want to add, or maybe even get clarification from Jeff and Allison. There is, I believe, a distinction for why we would want to not docket something, even if we know that it was going to be rolled into an ongoing work item. My understanding from my years of doing this is that there are statutory requirements that we have to fulfill when something is added to a docket related to the timelines that we have to address them and the procedures that we have to go through in order to do that. I believe there's a, and correct me if I'm wrong, either Jeff or Allison, that if we docket something for next year, we have to address it in some way within a time certain that may not coincide perfectly with maybe some of the other ongoing work items. And if that's not true, then correct my understanding of the statutory requirements around items that have been docketed through this process.
It's not exactly true that, so once something's on the docket, it will stay on the docket until we review it. And so we'll schedule it for review sort of as the work plan allows. We prioritize all the items in the work plan and get to them when we can. So that could mean that items, as they will this year, items that were docketed, we didn't get to them by the end of the year, they carry over to the next year. However, once something's docketed, there are statutory requirements about how it is reviewed. So we must hold a public hearing, we must do a SEPA review, we must notify the Department of Commerce, et cetera.
Got it. So there are potentially additional criteria through the process of going through docketing versus saying, we know that we're already going to address this as something else through another process in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, whether the city council directs staff to roll this into an existing work item or puts it on the docket, it doesn't make a huge difference. Either way, we'll be directed to look at this item. However, if it's docketed, there are these specific steps that have to be done. Whereas if we were just directed to roll it in with something else, the exact process could potentially be a little different depending on what it is.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Victor, for allowing that question. Go ahead.
Not a problem. A year ago, I think I would have opposed this. Having watched Dan Thompson's docket proposals kind of round trip themselves back to us, has changed my mind on that. You know, you can either accept or reject a docket proposal, but it feels like, you know, what Carolyn's proposing here closes an easy way out, which is, you know, sending it into the ether and saying, well, we'll deal with it somewhere else. I'd prefer to see the issue forested, so I'm supportive of this.
Okay, Vice Chair Murphy.
I agree with Victor in that regard, but I have a different problem with this proposal now, because as Carolyn pointed out to us in section 250 and in the language in 230, this is actually criteria that applies to the city council. And I don't believe that it actually governs our behavior or our procedure, although it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's something that we should be mindful of when reviewing it. So I'm concerned about taking this out because that's something that city council should be doing. And I don't know whether there's a way to make it clear that criteria doesn't apply to us or what, but I see that as a problem because that is ultimately the city council's choice.
Okay, Kate.
Such a sensitive mute button here. Sorry. I'm really concerned about our process here. Just bringing up the process point again. It seems like in the course of the conversation tonight, we've just completely taken any sort of meaning out of this process, other than maybe for people to know which commissioners like certain things or others. You know, if this is headed the way I think it is, we're going to be passing 7 of 8 docket items when the staff has told us they absolutely don't have time to review all of them. I think we should be applying judgment. I think we should be using criteria. I disagree with the interpretation of the code that we shouldn't be looking at those criteria. You know, I don't know that I have any criteria by which to judge things at this point, which makes me wonder, why are we using staff time to this extent to go through these? I don't like government processes that are don't add value. I don't think it's good use of our tax dollars. And so this is kind of a broader comment. Like I would not want to mess with the criteria right now. I would propose rather, or maybe spin this into that we take a look at what our criteria actually are. And I don't know if that would satisfy you, Commissioner Boatsman, or not. But I would be happy with a proposal that asks this commission to review the criteria and get a lot more definition on what we're actually supposed to be making these decisions based on.
Victor. Oh, sorry, Carolyn, I see you had your hand
Okay.
first. My apologies.
Yeah, I wanted to respond first to Mike and then to Kate. He mentioned that if this is criteria for the city council, maybe it's important to leave this in. And I guess I still think, even if it's city council criteria for choosing a final docket, if there is no ongoing work, well, first of all, background, Growth Management Act requires an annual docket for changes to the comp plan, okay? And the city code folds code amendments into that as well. So there is this responsiveness to the public, you know, it's suggesting changes in codes and comp plans. And it puts some pressure on the city, which I think is good. If the docket proposal, if there is not an ongoing work program, that it can be folded into, and the docket proposal has merit, it should go on alone. If there is an ongoing work program, it certainly shouldn't be a reason to deny it. So that's what this is. It's a reason to deny docket proposal because there's a work program. If there is a work program that is closely related and it's a good docket item, that should not be a reason to deny the docket item, fold it into the program. That's what I think. Kate, you said meaning removed and so on. When we get done talking here, I'm going to propose another docket item, which will be to examine the docket process and try to get some of this confusion cleared up by whenever it can be done.
Okay, Victor.
So just responding to the staff time comment, I'll repeat my comment from earlier. 9 hours ago, there was a town center upzone proposal as a docket item. The staff doesn't have time argument, holds 0 water.
Okay, Kate.
I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Freisch's on that. I've been following pretty closely the House bill actions, and we're talking about thousands of units of affordable housing that we're going to be mandated to find ways to make. And I think people are assuming that's not going to happen, or somehow our mayor will get us out of that. But regardless of how that goes down, this is going to be like an immense staff effort to try to figure out and help council figure out if we want to work against what the state and the county are pushing on us. You know, that's tough. That's really tough. And I think it's going to take a lot of time. And there was information released in the last week that is different than what they had the week before. This process is really heating up. And I respect their opinion on what they're able to do and not do. Regardless, for this particular item, I'm really concerned again about the time and the public dollars that are going into things. It seems to me that if there is an ongoing work item that is going to have its own SEPA process, and that work item does get deferred because of other higher priorities, then these individual items are going to jump the line in a sense. You know, there are very likely residential development standards that are just as, if not more important than the ones proposed tonight, that need to be addressed in the residential development standards update. So I'm very concerned with a public process that you can have a small number of people having a very large influence. And I don't think we hear from everyone in our community. I think we hear from a very small number of people in our community, and that's unfortunate. I appreciate all the work and effort that community members put into engagement. But it does seem like a little bit of jumping the line to handle things on a case-by-case basis just because someone decided that they were the priority over other items. It's a big concern of mine. And let's say the residential development standards do get punted another year. Well, now we've got to look at each one of these things. They each have to have their own SEPA process. And then the residential development standards have to have a SEPA process. SEPA processes are not cheap. You have to do a whole lot of work to develop a determination of not significant. All the SEPA work, it's substantial. And to the extent that you can do that in bulk where it makes sense rather than one by one, it's concerning to me.
Victor.
The staff proposal had nothing to do with residential housing. I will read you the language that was proposed. The language said, no such bonus height provisions exist for purely commercial buildings.
Okay, Well, it's off the table tonight anyway, so I appreciate the commentary there. I'm gonna give my statement on this. Frankly, most of the conversation we've had tonight around these criteria, the process, and all of this is frankly illustration of how this community doesn't understand very well how the docketing process works. I've been doing this for the better part of 20 years of public service. The bar is supposed to be high. Full stop. The bar is supposed to be high. The docketing process is not an initiative process for the citizens. There's an initiative process. There's a way to manage that sort of stuff. This is an opportunity for people to identify high-risk, critical items that need to be addressed with expedience. And the provision that is on the table around number 8 is meant to give the city council the opportunity to say, we recognize that this is something that's happening, and this is the way that we are going to address it outside of this very heavily, like this statutorily guardrailed process through docketing. That is my experience. That is my history of seeing this work in multiple cities outside of Mercer Island. And it is interesting that we did not have a process like this in Mercer Island until a few years ago, because every other city that I have participated on planning commissions in this region has had them. So my view on this is that this is another way that this community has been looking at directing our staff and our council to do work that they see fit when they have disagreements with the legislative body. And that's fine. There are vehicles to do that. But I get back to the bar is supposed to be high. Carolyn, I see you have your hand up.
Yes. These are good points that you're making, Dan. I don't think I see it as the community not understanding the docketing process, or it may be inappropriately trying to direct the staff and the council when they see things they don't like, or this or that. I think this discussion about this particular criteria is important. It's what does it mean? What is it good for? And whose criteria is it? I think Mike and I have both spoken tonight about this looks like a criteria that the city council would use, which I'm more comfortable with that than I am with the planning commission trying to use this. And this gets back to what Kate was saying too, very uncomfortable with, how important things might get pushed around and deprioritized and so on. The council has the power of the purse. They can decide where to direct, funds, what is higher priority than other things. But we should not be worrying that ourselves. We meet ideas at the gate. People send ideas for code changes, comprehensive plan changes, and the planning commission is the first place they come to. And so we meet those ideas, we vet them, we look them over, we let the council decide, is this something that you have the funds to do? And they're the one that should be doing that. I just don't think we need to worry about that at all.
Okay.
And then if we want the bar to be high for these things, we should have our code revised so that's very clear. Because right now it's a bit of a mishmash. But I think your point, Dan, is good, that if this is a clause that is meant to give the council a way to address an item without putting it into a formal docketing sort of procedure that's quite awkward. I would feel comfortable with it if they had some other way of confirming that they were going to work on this matter, but I don't know, maybe that's not possible. Allison, do you have any thoughts about that?
About how this criteria is used by the city council?
Yeah,
I mean, I think the council has fairly broad authority to direct the staff on how we conduct work and what work is on our work program. So, you know, if they find something's been proposed for the docket and they would prefer to roll it into an existing thing or an upcoming thing and not put it on the docket, you know, they can do that, and they can direct the staff in any way they'd like to in terms of how that should be conducted. You know, that's just what the power of the council is.
Yeah. Thank you. I guess I'm still advocating for removing it because I think it's a kind of a cop-out. They should either support a docket item or turn it down. But saying, well, you know, it's something else is going on where we might be able to talk about that, but never actually putting that item on a list and so that it will get handled when that RDS project comes forward. I think that's the problem.
Okay, Kate, last comment.
Yeah, just a note that I was just doing a little Googling on how other cities handle this, and Seattle's process, and I know we don't want to be Seattle and I should go back to Seattle or whatever. The Seattle Planning Commission discusses whether or not amendments meet the criteria. Council gets to decide if their interpretation is right or not, but the Planning Commission discusses it. And so I think I almost wonder if, you know, this isn't something that the city attorney could look at right quick and see. I don't know. Anyhow, just sharing that. I'll share the citation with staff.
Your comments are congruent with my experience that the Planning Commission is acting as agents on behalf of the council, which is why we provide and do research and do public hearings and provide information so that they don't have to spend all the time that we spend. So therefore, my interpretation is that we're bound by the same rules that they are. But that's the way I've always operated in the 20 years I've been doing this. So, okay. Before we vote on this, I'll make one last call for anyone else. Commissioner Curry, you haven't said anything. Adam, I don't think we've heard anything. You don't have to speak if you don't want to. Just want to give you the opportunity. Okay, with that, the motion on the table is to move amendment number 8 to the proposed final docket. All of those in favor, please say aye.
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 I had, was that Commissioner Curry, Racish, Boatman, and Regem as aye? Okay, all of those opposed?
No.
I saw Mike's lips move, which means
No.
no. Okay, the amendment will move forward 4-3. All right, I know, Carolyn, you said you have something else you want to bring to the table. Do you have a motion written that you would like to make?
I think I don't have it written, but I think I can say it half decently. I move that.
Oh, I'm sorry, one second.
Yes.
Deb, you were asking for clarification on something?
Yes, I was. Thank you. You said the vote was 4-3, but I only heard you mention 2 commissioners that voted no. Were you the third
Oh,
individual that
my
voted no?
apologies. I was the third no. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Carolyn, go ahead.
Just one second.
While Commissioner Boatsman is writing her thoughts down, is anybody else going to have anything that they want to bring to the floor when we're done with this, aside from the potential additional commentary to add as accessory, if there is any, since I think we moved everything except item number 4 forward. Okay, I hear no one speaking, so that's good.
Okay, yeah, I move that a review of Mercer Island City Code 19.15.230 and 250 be conducted and determination made as to whether amendments are needed.
Second.
And Carolyn, you cut out a little bit in the beginning. You said a review.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had that.
Okay, I
So,
move that a review of Mercer Island City Code 19.15.230 and 250 be conducted and a determination made as to whether amendments are needed.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Boatsman, and I believe Commissioner Acuse, that was your second. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Curry, before I go to you, Carolyn, it seems pretty self-explanatory. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I think if anyone has any questions about it, but I mean, it's basically, I guess I would like to say just a couple of things. It seems to me that, in fact, I did write this down. Let me just point this out here. Oh, where did I put it? Oh, okay, can't find it. Inconsistencies in those two code sections about, one, whether the section is talking about the comprehensive plan or code amendments. That's all tangled up. It's inconsistent as to whether certain criteria are being used by the city council or the planning commission or both. It's inconsistent as to whether the criteria are being used for what goes on the final docket or whether those criteria are being used to approve what is on the final docket. You will find, I think, all of that is quite tangled up and not clear, particularly in 230. The reason I include 250 in the batch is because 250 is this crystal clear guidance as to what to do with code amendments. And what's that doing there if all this business about code amendments is, wrapped up in 230? So that's why I'm proposing this, so we don't have this difficulty in the future with understanding what we're being guided to do by our regulations.
Okay, Commissioner Curry, you had a question at the beginning.
I do. I was under the impression that docket submissions were a specific time period and that it was a 30 days. I forget the exact dates. It's the 1st to the 1st for us to propose docketing items. Is that a correct statement? Did I misunderstand that?
So I think Jeff or Allison can answer that, but the short answer is that's the public period. But Allison, do you want to provide more context?
That is the period when the docket is open for public submittals.
I see, okay.
The code is a little vague about how it's supposed to work for the
I
planning.
feel that's a double standard.
What?
I feel that's a double standard. I'm not.
There are different standards in the code for city staff, council, and commissions than for the public.
Okay, I'm just, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander in this instance, right? Because I think there was some email flying around earlier where we told somebody they couldn't do something because the period ended, but we're proposing something tonight internally. So It just doesn't have good optics, I don't think.
So my understanding, and correct me, Allison or Jeff, the Planning Commission, regardless of the docketing process or not, and this gets back to my comments earlier about, I think there's a broad misunderstanding about the purpose of this process in its entirety. The Planning Commission and the Council are at liberty at any time with a consensus of 4 members of that panel to bring any member, any item of business in front of the group, to have it be added to an agenda or to a discussion at some time. Now, where we do not have authority would be to direct staff to invest any time in any idea that we have. So our role would then be to, anyone at any time could request something be put on it. Like Carolyn could call to a vote and say, I would like to put something on the agenda for next time. And if she has 4 people in agreement with her, that can happen. What can't happen is the staff invest any time on that. The discussion could be then at that following meeting that we want to make a recommendation to the city council that staff be directed to do some sort of work. So if you parlay that with the docketing process, we are always at liberty to suggest as a body items of work to be placed on our agenda and request the city council action that through its resourcing of city resources.
That's correct. The code in 1915-250 specifically says a code amendment request may be initiated at any time by the city council, planning commission, or code official. The code official is the director.
And the docketing process itself, as you as was mentioned, is meant to be the public portion of the process where the public, so prior to the docketing process, any member of the public could come and actually request a code change, and we were having to interpret those as they came. And the purpose of the docketing process was to actually build certainty around when those would be reviewed and how they would be treated in the coming year. And I see Jeff nodding his head in concurrence with that. So does that help clarify, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you very much.
Carolyn, did you have is that your same hand from before?
Yeah.
Or do you have another comment?
No, I put it up. So in response to Mike's question there, and Allison's comment, in 250, a code amendment, as she said, can come in anytime, but it has to be considered on an annual basis. So at least once a year, whatever has stacked up is supposed to be reviewed and decisions made. And also, I think it's interesting that the comp plan cannot be updated more than once a year. That's by state law, and I think in our regulations as well. I'm curious, Allison, can comp plan amendments come dribbling in all year as well, or they can only come in that month?
Well, the city council has some special powers to add comp plan amendments at other times under certain circumstances, but in general, comp plan amendments need to be part of the docket, and then they'll be consolidated and adopted at one time per year, like you said.
Okay. Thanks.
And I think I was trying to recall to my time in Newcastle, the docketing process there, I believe, actually was strictly related to comp plan amendments and any associated code changes related to those comp plan amendments, but it wasn't a broad, like, as was mentioned, there was another, I think we've conflated the comp plan and the code amendments into this same process where that's not always necessarily the case. But I could be wrong on that, but that was my recollection. Okay, so we have a motion on the table from Carolyn, which is to do a review of, I'm just going to paraphrase, sections 230 and 250 of the code with the goal of determining any amendments that may be needed to reconcile inconsistencies.
Thank you. That's an improvement. Yeah.
Chair Hubble, could I ask you to please repeat that one more time? I want to make sure I've captured it correctly for the record.
Sure. I know Carolyn said it differently. This was my summary, but I'll just say it was review, and the full citation, I think Allison can provide a review of sections 230 and 250 with the longer.
1915, 230, and 1915, 250.
Thank you.
Correct.
With the goal of determining if any amendments are needed to reconcile inconsistencies.
Thank you.
Kate.
I was just wondering if it's too specific to add a reference to RCW 3670A.
I don't have that memorized, so I couldn't.
Can I comment on that? Just
It's comprehensive plans, review procedures, and schedules in the RCW, and it's where I just think it should be part of the process to make sure it's there's some basis for.
I'm not sure if it needs to be in the motion, but
Okay.
I think your comment has been noted. Carolyn, did you have anything?
I was just
different
going to
than
say
that?
the same thing. I think that that's kind of a given. They will have to consult what that says.
Yeah. Okay. Hearing that, are there any other comments related to this item? Okay, hearing none, all of those in favor, please say aye.
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 I have two ayes, Commissioner Boatsman and Commissioner Acus. All those opposed, say no.
Name.
No.
Okay, the motion fails 2-5. Commissioners Boatsman and Acus in favor. But that is all on the record. Great. So with that, we have each of those, and if I'm recalling Jeff's statement from earlier, we have assembled a list of items. If I could have a motion to the effect of approving a recommended or a proposed final docket, including items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8 to the City Council.
So moved.
Second.
It is moved by Commissioner Rashish and seconded by Commissioner Curry. Any last comments that haven't already been said? Hearing none. Deputy City Clerk, would you mind taking this as a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Just one moment. Okay. Chair Hubble,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Acuse,
Yes.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rashish,
Aye.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
and Commissioner Agib.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The proposed docket moves forward unanimously 7-0. All right. Thank you all for your commentary and deliberation. That brings us to the end of our docket review. Do we have, Allison, anything for the Deputy Director's report? Oh, sorry, Carolyn, did you have a question first?
Yeah, we had spoken earlier about some sort of accessory communication or whatever that was. Could you refresh my memory as to what that was about?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I had the impression that Kate wanted to, if something didn't make it on there, to have some sort of a commentary around if we wanted to more appropriately move that. So thank you for mentioning that. I think everything except item number 4 made it on the list. Let me just double check what item number 4 was. Is there a sentiment from the group to pass along any additional commentary to, I can't find the item. Is there
What
if
is
we
item
have it-
number 4? Is it the garage thing?
yes, this is the
Is that it?
garages and carports one.
So Chair Hubble, I raised that if I may.
Yeah.
I raised that issue because I was concerned. I thought the bar was going to be higher for this docketing process. And I was concerned that Mr. Thompson's proposed docket items, if a significant number of them didn't make it onto the docket, I was concerned what would happen to them, because it would be unfortunate to have him come back a 4th time. I don't think it'd be good use of his time or ours. So seeing as how all of them except one went through, I don't really know that that's necessary. I was just trying to protect the interest of one of our residents there.
Okay.
Okay, and in regards to a docket item that I proposed, which was, oh, I didn't have my hand up. I'm sorry. Shall I go ahead?
No, go ahead.
In regards to this last docket item that I proposed, which was to help us clarify some of the inconsistencies in the docket regulations, maybe it's just as well that that's not on the docket, but I do hope that the staff will see if that can be clarified, or if there's are some improvements needed. So I don't know. Is that something we could recommend using this procedure, Dan?
So I do think there's an avenue here. I have a question for Allison. When is this going to go in front of the council for them to review the final docket?
On December 6th.
December 6th. So we have a meeting in between then and there, if I recall, in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
I know we have a full agenda, so I hate to recommend this. But what I would want to do, Carolyn, is prepare a short statement that we as a group, rather than trying to write it on the fly right now, if we have general consensus that folks are okay with saying this was a course of conversation during the evening that sort of came up multiple times around the lack of clarity on a number of these items, that maybe if you wanted to work to draft something that we could review as a group next week, and then that way it could go with the packet to the council on the 6th.
Sure.
Like we
So
still
I
have
would
time.
draft it.
Allison, does that track okay
okay?
with?
I think that timing would work.
So I would draft it and send it to Allison, and she would share it with all of you.
Yeah, if you could get something to her by what, end of next week was when the next packet goes out, Allison? Looking at the calendar.
Let's see, the next meeting is November 9th, so the packet would go out roughly on the 2nd or 3rd of November. So
Just like next
Okay.
Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
So if you could get something to her by the beginning of next week,
Sure.
that she could
Mhm.
include in the packet for us to all review, and then
Sure.
we could if we didn't have a meeting in between now and when they reviewed it, I would say let's try to craft something quickly.
Yeah.
But and I hate trying to craft stuff like on the fly.
Yeah, I agree.
So
One final ask is that the decisions made by Planning Commission and City Council regarding docket proposals be compiled in some sort of a table. I was trying to look back and see, well, gee, what happened to, these proposals last year or the previous year? But in order to do that, I would have to listen to council meetings on video. So I was wondering if we could get that in a little table or spreadsheet or something every year.
we are gonna include the planning commission's recommendation on each item in a table that goes to the city council this year. Deb and I already talked about that as a process improvement. And so then you're asking also for the council's final decision on those to be added.
Yeah, and if it's possible to say what the reason was, which criteria item they turned it down on, that would be really great.
They're not always that specific, but if that information is available, I think it could be included.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Carolyn, for reminding us of that. Great. Deputy Director's report, Allison.
Okay, I'll keep it really brief. We have a meeting on November 9th, and we have another meeting on December 4th, or sorry, 14th. The November meeting, the agenda will be focused on our third touch on the land use and transportation elements. So we're hoping to finalize this initial round of review on those two elements, and we'll be bringing back updated drafts based on your feedback last month. And then in December 14th, we will be beginning the review of the utilities and capital facilities elements. So it'll be our first touch on those. And I think we're going to give you a little more introductory information about these two elements because they're closely tied to the capital improvement process, the CIP process. And I don't know that very many of the commissioners are familiar with how that process works. And so we just want to give you a little information to tee that up, and then we'll go through each of those elements for kind of the first review.
Great.
Thank you.
Carolyn, I think that's your old hand, correct?
Yeah.
Great. Adam?
I know in the past, we provided comments on, I think, the housing and economic ones. When should we expect those to come to meeting with staff responses and or edits?
You might recall that work groups were formed earlier this year to do the initial work on each of those elements because they're having much more extensive, well, the economic development element is being created from whole cloth, it's brand new. And then the housing element, as I discussed earlier, there's a lot of new state requirements for that element that we're just beginning to understand. So each of those elements has a work group that is working with the staff to develop the initial draft. I would say the economic development element will probably be ready to have the initial draft come over to Planning Commission sometime early in 2023. The housing element, we kind of put a pause on it last month because we started to get more of this information coming from Commerce and King County and learning that there's going to be new guidance coming out. I think we will probably hold off on that work until this guidance is finalized and we really know what we have to do because it's become clear that it's much more than we initially thought. So I think that work group can probably pick back up sometime in the first quarter of 2023, and then they'll probably need a few months to work through all of the requirements there and develop a recommended initial draft to bring back to you. So I'm thinking that the housing element may not come back to Planning Commission until closer to summer next year.
Okay, but so I guess procedurally, like, or process wise, to clarify, like, comments we suggested, those went to the work group and then it'll take longer, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think, are you referring to the scope of work, or because those elements haven't come before the Planning Commission yet?
Oh, okay. I guess there were like, yeah, maybe it was just questions or something. Like I remember having a number of questions on the data and submitting it.
From the housing needs assessment. So
that one
report. And okay, that's a good clarification. We are working through all of the questions and comments we received on those two technical reports right now with the consultant, and we're hoping to finalize written responses to those here maybe as soon as next week, and we'll be getting that back to the council in writing as soon as it's ready.
Okay, yeah, sorry about the terminology.
sorry.
and stuff. That's what I was curious about. So, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, is that all you have, Allison?
That's all I
for
have.
the
Thank you.
Director's report, thank you. So November 9th, December 14th are the next two meetings. I think there was the doodle poll that was sent out to everybody. Do we have any absences that we should note or be aware of, just to make sure we have a quorum? I think we should be covered since we already went through that process. If for some reason something unexpectedly comes up, if you could please let the staff know. With that, item number 5, are there any other announcements or communications from the group? We don't really have like subcommittee reports or any of that sort of stuff like the council does. So good there. All right. Well, our next scheduled meeting is 2 weeks from tonight. Adam, is that a new hand or is that your old one?
Yeah, sorry, I know it's late. I remember we also had the bylaws, and there was that revision on the ethics thing that I think city attorney.
Thank you.
Are we going to vote on bylaws or?
I realized that earlier today that I had completely forgotten about bringing that back, and I checked in with Adam and I was like, please help me remember we need to put this on the agenda for November. So we're definitely going to do that. And I apologize for neglecting it this month. And
no worries. Just pulling on that thread.
So, I appreciate it.
Great. Well, our next meeting is in 2 weeks on the November 9th. And with that, everyone have a great rest of your evening. And if you can please stay on the line until the Deputy City Clerk has ended our session. And with that, it is now 10:17 and this meeting of the Planning Commission is now adjourned. Thank you.